This is not simple. What in the world? Why is my camera not working? What the heck? What is going on? Whoa, what the heck? Okay, what's going on there? I look green. Okay, what is... Okay, what is going on? Oh, okay. Uh, if this is even working, is this working or not? Or thing? What am I doing? Oh, I think this is messed up. I don't even know if you guys can hear me. Or if you can see me. There seems to be a lag. Okay, this is just too weird. Hey, Robert, so I do have sound. So you can hear me. Can you also see me? Oh, okay. Cool. The first time I ever played around with this, I thought, hey, might as well check it out. It's been a while. I just don't know if I got this set up right or not, though. It's weird. I've got like two screens, and one screen is active right now. My other screen's got like a lag on it. Oh, I need to figure this out. Now, how do I think I closed the window that I wasn't supposed to. How do I invite people? Live chat room. What is this? Oh, did I just do something wrong? Oh, what is going on? Um, hear Cody in the background. Hey, Mainland, you're there. That's what I'm trying to figure out, brother. I am so lost with this. In Google, there's a link you can copy and send. Um, yeah, okay. Let me see here. Oh, where at in Google is that? Oh, I want to figure this out. This would be cool. Try faster and easy way to stream. Go live now. What do you mean? I already am live. Why is it telling me to stream? Bottom right corner of your Google Live stream. Stream. Oh. Where am I? All right, this is bad. I'm like, okay, what's this do? Click this button. Oh, okay. Am I still? Oh, crap. You guys all still there? It's streaming now. Okay. Oh, I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. That's Mainland. Is that thing that's underneath the server URL? I think I got something messed up here. Can you guys still hear me? Stream name. Anyone with this key can live stream on your YouTube channel. Keep it secret. Okay, that can't be it. Oh, I'm so lost. Is it a thing? Oh, wait a minute. Is this it? Oh. Okay, so I see the chat there. Not the link you're talking about? Probably putting this out there. Everybody in the world's going to be able to turn around and grab it. I got so many windows of myself open right now. I don't know which one's which. YouTube link is the bottom right hand corner of the actual video. Not the YouTube. We call that external. Okay, so where is this? Oh man, Hey, I can see you.
That's right. I worked really hard.
I can see you. I must have done something right. Woohoo!
You actually posted the correct link to get in. However, now we expect trolls to jump in.
That's probably, yeah. So I take that link and I'm supposed to email it, I'm assuming.
Yeah, you either email, PM it, put it on Facebook. You know, you tell them where to go to send them a link direct, so it's not exactly public. You're doing exactly what I did one time, and it was a Mark dadgummit, Scouting Free.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we were on I was playing around with this thing trying to figure it out, and I posted the link by accident in the actual sidebar there on the external, and man, we got some filthy folks coming in there. I mean, filthy.
It looks like, though, I'm just looking in the chat thing. Oh, I can remove it. So it should be gone now.
Let's see. Uh, yeah. It sure is. Hey, I didn't know you could do that. You just learned something I didn't.
Yeah, there's three little like dots above one another that are on the right hand side. You just
Yeah,
turn around and click that, and it says remove.
cool.
I had my other son was on here a minute ago, but I don't know. He must have. I don't know if he's still on there or not. Evan, if you're still there, turn on and say something or type something. This is so cool. I was sitting here tonight and I thought, what the hell? I want to give it a shot and see if I can get it to work or not. Do I sound okay?
You sound perfect.
Oh, do I? Okay, because I just got this headset a few days back, and I was trying to use it with other things and playing on the computer with Cody and that, and it didn't sound like it was working right.
It's got real good sound to it.
Oh, that's cool. So, what about the video wise? Is the video like, is it a large screen or is it like a tiny
No,
thing?
you're actually you're like a thumbnail in a way, enlarged thumbnail.
I wonder how can I make that bigger?
Can you see yourself on the external?
I see myself like I'm looking at this screen thingy, and it's got like a little green thing up top says you are presenting to everyone.
Okay,
Actually,
all
you
right.
know
Now,
what? Here, see if I can get
you're on
this.
the actual Google Hangouts channel. All right,
That's all messed up.
I think it's down in the bottom right hand side of the somewhere in there. It may not be there now. But anyway, there's a link to the external YouTube that shows you where to go for YouTube streaming. And it has a delay. So what you say now on the Google Hangouts will show up 15 seconds later on actual YouTube.
Oh, okay. So there's a thing here. Yeah, in the bottom right it says links. So if I click on links, this is my YouTube. Oh, it's your YouTube page, and then your video embedded.
Right. And then you open up a new tab. Once it opens up and you see it playing, you want to make sure you hit mute on that volume button. Otherwise, you're going to get feedback. But you've got headphones on, so it may not matter.
Okay, so if I put that in a tab, I think that's what it was. I probably had things open the right way, and then I ended up clicking a bunch of tabs that closed me out. Test. Okay, so test for streaming. All right, so this is open up at YouTube.
And it wouldn't hurt to go ahead and hit the mute button on the YouTube anyway.
Yeah, I gotta do that. Still loading the page. All right, so there, so I'm muted. Oh yeah, I see. The screen's like great small.
Yeah, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Like mine is probably large, but it's very choppy.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm broadcasting, not really HD, but the way I've got my webcam set up is for the large size.
Okay, so now, hey, cool kid, you're still out there? I just seen that message come up. I can see. Yeah, you can see me now, can you?
Mute.
Do you have cool kid? Do you have a webcam in that setup for? Okay, so yeah, so I see that there. I see that there.
I'm gonna go check the oven right now. I'm trying to cook some hamburgers with some bacon, the whole 9 yards. So I'll be back and forth.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. It's so cool.
My friends in Grandpa was he did some during the high school. He said they the one I wrote from 10 to 11.
Now I just gotta figure out how.
10 helpful tips for JROTC. That's what I'm gonna watch on all the stuff.
Okay. Oh, out of there. Just kidding. Hey folks, you're watching. I think it is.
You realize I can hear it through your phone? Okay.
Okay, so that's the control room. So now I got that. So that's where I can control. Okay, I can like mute you, turn you off. All right, cool.
That's too bright. Ooh. Yeah.
Now it's playing around with this. Now I can't remember where I got that link that I turned around and sent you.
See, usually up in your address bar, there's the actual address bar has the link, I believe.
Oh yeah, that was that one that. Yeah, it was like UFSR. Hey, can I bring back up one that I? Can I click show original message? All right, so. Yeah, Google Hangouts, blah, 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 blah. All right, where did I get that from? I'm looking up on the address bar, and I think I closed the wrong window again. Stupid Canadian!
Yep. There. Now that's what I want. We're right here. A little fuzzy. That's not so bad.
Alright,
I put it on high.
Oh shoot, I unhid that thing, now I can't. Oh, messages, okay. Oh. Copy link address. Nope. Oh, I must have closed it, not realizing what I was doing. Or is that the one that's? Oh, wait a minute. What's hidden under here? Share. Oh, so that's just share the. Man, there's a lot more to this than what I thought there actually was.
It's not that difficult, but they don't make it easy for newbies.
No. Well, yeah, it's well, yeah, it doesn't seem very difficult. It's just a matter of getting to know where everything is, and I'm sure once you're used to where everything is, then you're golden, right? But yeah. So the only people, nobody new in the chat. Cool kid. Yeah, cool kid's still around. Hasn't get back to me yet. So I'm assuming that this. Yeah, this would send an email out to anybody who's subscribed to my channel that wants to get videos and stuff. They'll turn around and see that this is up, right?
Hey, you don't hit a button where your voice is like really muffled. It's like it's cutting out every other syllable.
Oh, how about now? Is that better? I had my hand there in front of my face. Yeah, I got to keep my hand away from my face. That's what she said.
Let's see, where is my apps?
I think it's so cool with this that, well, not cool, but my picture looks big. Is there a way that I can flip, like, when I'm looking at the one that's got like your, what do you call it there? It's got your control room settings and all that kind of stuff and everything in it. My picture is like up at the top, but it's bigger, and yours is like down on the bottom, and you're like a tiny thumbnail one. Is there a way I can switch that around?
Well, I notice on the external, I'm not showing up every time I talk. You're the only one featured for some reason.
Okay, is there something maybe? Present to everyone. There's an option there. Is that what I gotta do? Oh, what's this? Oh, wow. There, now you're in a big screen.
Still here, I think. You are presenting to. Okay, now it's on my side. Let me see if I show up.
Oh, it's on yours? Okay.
Oh, there I is. In full glory.
Okay, because I just clicked the, yeah, there was an option here I had to turn around and said that to present. Now, when I look on the streaming, oh, yeah, you said there's a lag, right? I don't see it yet.
Yeah, so it's only external.
So when you say the external, you're talking about the actual video on YouTube itself?
Yeah, the YouTube part is called the external.
Oh, okay.
And that's the one that has the delay. That's where everybody's out there and they're typing. They see the videos that's going on as far as YouTube goes. Google Hangouts has a chat feature that anybody who is in here with video cams on, or if they don't have video, but you allow them to follow that link to get on the Google Hangouts, right, they can type in a chat box over here to the right once you activate that. But you've got two chats going on. But it helps when you have a bigger chat.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right hand.
Yeah, see, oh wow, I can't. I look at the external that you're calling it. It's so funny because it's like I look at myself and it looks like I'm paused in mid conversation.
Yeah.
But
I don't know why it is. It's got something to do with the streaming.
Yeah.
You know, normally on an internet connection, you have a fast download, but the upload is like really, really slow.
Yeah, which is weird.
I'm using TDS, and they have a slow upload.
Oh yeah, see that's why it's kind of throwing me off because I figured it fast because like your video, when I'm looking at you, there's like no lag at all, and there's no lag on my little play thing. When I look on the external, it's like I figured it would have been almost the same because I'm on fiber optic, which is oh gosh, my download is something like 85 megabytes per second. My upload is about 70 megabytes per second.
Yeah.
Like Wayne laughs at me all the time because I can turn around and take a video that's an average video of 15, 20 minutes or whatever, and it takes me about 20, 23 minutes to upload it, where it takes him almost a little over an hour.
Yeah, that's one of the bad things about YouTube. I think they have some kind of buffer built in.
Yeah.
It'd
be cool to turn around and get somebody else in here, though, as well, just to see how this is working. But
I'm going to try something. I'm fixing to close out Google Hangouts, which all disappeared. I think I got it. I think I got the link saved here.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to try to readjust my webcam and see if I can't make it a little bit smaller and more user friendly.
Oh, okay.
I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Okay, so that's the legs. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Well, that must have a long way. Okay, so the external, how long of a leg did you say the external is? Okay, there you are, you're back.
Yeah, I is here, I think.
Yeah, I see it. Well, I see you.
Okay.
So how far of an external did you say that the external is?
The external usually takes 15, 30 seconds for it to catch up with YouTube. It's like really a bad lag, and what I do is I usually just watch the external. I'm hearing the sound and the voices from the actual Google Hangouts. And
Right.
I've only got 2 tabs open. That way, on the external, or YouTube, I should say, I can see the public that are watching the video and watch their chats or the sidebars they type.
Right.
Because that's where all your action's coming from. That's where your questions will be coming from. But it's so easy to get sidetracked. Usually, in reality, if my wife is watching the external, she'll let me know, hey, so-and-so typed a question or made a comment. She'll let me know. Because I'm so involved in the actual chat that I might miss, what's going on in the external.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm noticing. Because to me, I mean, when I'm looking at the external, man, it looks like I'm having like minutes of delay.
It might be a minute. Yeah, it just depends.
Like I'm sitting here having a smoke. I haven't even seen an external yet. I haven't even seen myself have a cigarette yet. But I don't see you like I do on the Hangout thing.
Huh? Well, I see you fine in the external. I tell you what. Raise one of your hands up and touch your nose or something. But you got to do it while you're talking.
Oh yeah, like if I touch my nose, I'm holding my nose for a second there. Put it down.
Holding your nose. All right. I just saw the time clock. So as soon as I see it, I'll let you know what kind of second delay we got.
Yeah, I think I got a few minutes of delay there.
That was almost 20 seconds.
Oh, okay. So why does it seem so much longer for me? I wonder. That's weird.
Well, my wife will do the same thing. She'll get on after I get on the actual chat, and she'll be caught up more than I'll actually be because mine's trying to receive and send on the internet. If anybody is playing a game or something like that on your server, your Wi-Fi.
Oh yeah, Cody is.
That could slow it up too.
Yeah, that's probably what. Yeah, because I just noticed on my external, you just turned around. It's just popped up now, and it's a full screen of you.
Yeah, that's as small as I can get it. I don't know how to tell you how to adjust your.
No, on mine, like when I look on the external, right now I can see you there, and it's like you're like a full screen on the external. But I just thought when you were saying about Cody, yeah, he's over there talking to a friend of his, and he's gaming online.
But see, I don't know how to tell you to turn your camera into a full screen. That's what I don't know. I'm not dealt with that yet.
Yeah.
Mine does it automatically because I've got a very old Logitech webcam.
Yeah, that's like I've got an older one. I got to get a new one. The one I got's a cheap thing. Yeah, Cody, if you go over on yours, I'll turn around and invite you. You don't have a cam, but you'll be able to chat.
But but see, you don't have any lag in your video too much. You got a little bit. Mine is like Mine is like a 4 or 5 second lag as far as chopping the video out.
Okay, that's what you're saying. All right, so Cody, I'm going to. I'll email you this link. Which your email again is Cody at GMX, isn't it? How many? Get this somewhere. There, you should turn around and get an email that will have a link in it. You should be able to click that link. You should be able to turn around and join the chat. Hey, Mark. I see your chat there, brother. Got it. Not quite sure what you mean, though.
Okay.
You can hear me.
Let's see. Martin's out there. Mark says he just got black screen buffering with no audio. Y'all still on, just type a letter and I'll wait for it to clear.
Yeah. There's a way I can figure out this camera. Camera's oh, there. Did that just make my camera a little bigger?
There's Craig. Forrest Walker. 1, 1, uno.
Hey, Craig, brother, what's up? Say something, Cody.
Well, he says some ruggedly handsome SOBs out there. I guess you're the rugged, I'm the handsome, and somebody else is the SOB.
Okay, there. Now, Cody doesn't have a webcam, but he's in here. He hopefully should be able to talk.
Can you guys hear me?
I heard you.
That's all good then?
I have to wait. Mark just stepped up for a minute to see if he sits back down. See if you can hear you now.
I don't know what that was.
Hi, Colony.
What's your team so you don't get the phone call?
I tried to call me on the telephone here on Google Hangouts.
Can you hear Cody all right, Margaret, when he talks?
Hello?
Hold on. Oh, oh.
Can you hear me?
Barely. I can hear you, but it's kind of weak.
I can charge it.
Turn your microphone up, dude.
I don't know how to do that.
Say something.
Volume control.
Can you hear me now?
Right. Ah, that's better.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah, I just turned your volume up in the control room here, so maybe that made the difference.
Oh, okay. So, Cody, what's your latest plan for some fried frog legs out there in the fabulous world of the bushcraft world?
I don't know.
I tell you what, you can never go wrong with some fried frog legs and hot sauce. Hoorah!
Yeah. Well, I've never had fried frog legs, so I don't know what they taste like.
What? You've never had fried frog legs?
Nope.
Well, let me tell you something, little brother. It's nothing like chicken. Um, it actually has it tastes like a frog. That's the only way I can describe it. It tastes like a frog.
Okay.
Take a live frog, smell it, and then lick it, and that'll give you an idea of what a frog's going to taste like.
Hey, Forrest Walker, careful there, buddy. We got some Acadian French here.
Well, hey, got kids in the background. Everybody's talking. The headphones. In the drumstick part of the frog, that black vein or ligament, if there was a way to pull that out, and actually you do that after you fry it, if you pull that out and then eat it, then you don't taste the frog flavor.
Oh yeah.
I love the taste of frog legs, so it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, it's something I've never actually had either. I just never really heard anybody up here turn around and eating them. But then again, maybe it's because we just don't have that much frogs like you guys have down there.
Well, mine I'm buying commercially from a grocery store. I think they're from China or Taiwan or Taiwanese or somewhere around here.
Oh, okay. So you don't actually catch them down there and cook them. You buy them from the store.
I have in the past, but I haven't been out frog gigging in a long time. And to be perfectly honest, until I do, it's so much easier to go pay $11.99 for a 2-pound box. There they are. They're clean. They're done. Let's eat, that type of thing.
Right.
Uh,
You got that one right, Craig. Who needs frog legs, man? When we got lobster, crab, and shrimp scallops. Yeah, that's for sure.
I'd love to see a bushcrafter get out there and do some lobster out there in one of them cook pots. That would be awesome.
To do what?
To see a bushcrafter get out there and do some lobster in a cook pot.
Oh yeah. That would be. Actually, you know what? That's something I just might do.
Well, you see, I don't call myself a bushcrafter. I'm a camper.
Yeah.
But in my line of genre or genre, however it's pronounced, that's what I found interesting about, or fascinating, should say, about the whole community. Is with a camper, bushcrafting is definitely a part of it. Hiking is definitely a part of it. Survival would be in a way. A lot of things tie into camping. And you could take bushcrafting or hiking or survival and say, yes, camping is actually a part of it. And then, it's just amazing that how many different genres tie into that one little field that I call camping.
Yeah, I think that was a lot of my thing when I first started. When I first started getting on YouTube, because Cole Craven and I have turned out and talked about that many times about the fact of bushcrafting and stuff like that and how it's used on YouTube. But we always considered it being that it was just woodsman skills. Like, we were just woodsmen. You go out to the ground and build the shelter, build the table, build the chair, do whatever, and survive. For the weekend or whatever kind of thing. If it's woodsman, the bushcrafting, that kind of threw me off too when I first started. Like, say, onto the YouTube, and everybody was calling it bushcraft. Because I'm like, I've never heard of it before until YouTube.
I'm the same. I'm exactly the same way. I never knew what bushcrafting was until I got on YouTube. It was the first term I heard, and it shocked me. I was like, what's this world of bushcrafting?
Yeah.
And to my knowledge, Survivor Man, when he was doing his survival shows, he never called himself a bushcrafter. He was in a survival situation.
Yeah.
But a lot of what he does, in a way, is kind of bushcrafting in a way. It's kind of limited, but yeah, in a way it is. And you can't say anything about, the other survival shows. But when you look at, I'm talking about the old bushcrafting shows like, I ain't going to say Daniel Boone and all that, but back in that era, there's some legitimate bushcrafting individuals that call themselves like living in the wild and stuff like that. He took out like an axe head, no handle, and he goes out there and he takes this piece of hickory, he forms it, manufactures it, sticks his axe head on there, and he builds his log cabin, you know, that way. And I was just shocked that what people turn bushcrafting versus being in the great outdoors.
Right.
Well, all I knew was camping. That's all I knew.
Mark, it looks like he's having a lot of problems over this YouTube.
Yeah, can you see chat?
You can't see the chat?
First
You
round.
can't see me?
You said first round. Second round. First washing machine.
Oh, do you see Martin all right?
No? Oh,
Yeah, down in the bottom corner.
where?
Look down in the bottom right-hand corner. You can see it from here. See that little picture? Yeah, that's mainland.
No, like here. I don't see like the chat.
Yeah, because you have it set to yourself. You gotta click on. You gotta either click on mine or on Mark's, and it'll pop up in your big screen. There you go.
Oh, but I don't see the chat. Like what you're typing in.
Oh, because you have to go to the actual channel.
Oh. Okay. Let me do that then.
Up north, up north of 60. Just hey, how you doing, buddy? Up north, up north of 60. Just hey, how you doing, buddy? Up north, up north of 60. Just hey, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I kind of agree with you there, Craig. That's for up sure. North, up north of 60. Just yeah, I kind of agree with you there, Craig. That's up north, north. We're just testing out this live stream. I figured earlier there I had to play around with it, try to get it to work. I haven't done it. First time I've ever done it, so pretty cool.
Hey, Peter, pull your microphone back up to your mouth.
Oh, is it way out again? How's that?
Keep on talking.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Peter, FSBushcraft, all the way from St. John, New Brunswick, Canada.
Well, it's still wanting to fade in and out on the audio for some reason.
Oh, is it?
Has Cody got something going on in the background with a game?
Yeah, I do. No, just give me 1 second here, and I'll. Oh, sorry, I didn't click the wrong thing here. I did. I'll have to go back. I'll PM it to you on YouTube.
Up north of 60 says, "What's happening?"
Yeah.
Oh Lord, that takes me back to my old days.
Okay, now I'm getting some lag going on here.
Up north of 60 wants to know if you have a link for the Hangout.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it on and message it to him. Honey, can you?
Let me try to share. Let me try to share this chat here. Hit like, share to Google Plus maybe.
Okay, I think. I got 2 seconds alone. If I did it right.
Let's see, copy, hit share. There we go. And then Google Plus.
I had a window open up here a little while ago too. That I must have accidentally closed, and it was just not the external, but it was just the chat box itself. It was in a tab all on its own. Now I can't. Oh, what's happening? I can't figure out how to get that.
What just happened? I think Manman's gone. Yeah,
What?
Manman's gone.
Can't hear it.
Manman's gone.
Yeah, I know. I see that. I think it's because Kylie is your sister streaming YouTube on her other thing.
There you go.
Did you get the link?
Well, I tell you, like a nut.
I sent it to you as a PM.
Like a knucklehead, I closed out my own Google Hangout. Let's see what else is
So
back there.
Craig, the wife kicked you out. You got to stay out in the tent.
I do, Craig.
He's been going on night 40, sleeping in the tent on the property, rain or shine. Who needs a bedroom? That sounds like you're in a doghouse, brother.
Sound to me like you need to buy some flowers and chocolates for your sweet one.
What's happening, guys?
Uh-oh. There's north of 60.
Hello.
Hey, how you guys tonight?
Good.
Good.
I'm doing mighty okie dokie.
Right on. Well, I'm just seeing a Bushcraft hangout, so I figured I'll join. Say hello to everybody.
Well, you're coming in loud and proud, treetop tall, no doubt about it.
What's that, sorry?
I missed what you said there.
Your audio's coming in real good.
Okay, my audio is good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome.
Peter's the one.
I'm using the headset, so maybe that's the reason why.
Could be.
I gotta go buy me a better microphone. That's what I gotta do.
I don't know. I think it's got something to do with the internet connection as far as the uploads.
Yeah.
Yeah, my internet is pretty slow up here in the north, but I'm using a decent headset with a decent microphone, so maybe that's the reason why it's so clear.
Hey, what brand you got there north of 60?
Sorry, say that again?
What type of microphone do you have or headset?
Sorry, you kind of sound a bit robotic there. Can you say that once more?
Yeah, what type of headphone do you have?
Actually, the headphones I'm using is a modified pallet headset.
It sounds good.
Okay, that's cool, man. It has this big mic boom in front of my mouth. It's about maybe a ½ inch in front of my mouth, and it looks pretty old school. Like it's got these this green color to the earmuffs and this old school mic mount. So yeah, it's old school. It's an old pallet headset that's been modified to work on a modern computer.
Wow. All I know is it's working well for you, brother.
That's great to hear, man. So what's the subject of tonight? What's your guys' topic of discussion here?
I think right now, FSBushcraft just got a test going on to find out how this live streaming works.
Well, this live stream is working excellent on my end.
Yeah, by the way, where'd he go?
He's just doing something with getting there. back soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in and out. I'm trying to cook some hamburger, bacon cheese hamburger. What am I cooking?
Bacon.
Oh, fried mushrooms and French fries.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as you. We have a barbecue going now with some baby back ribs on.
That
Ooh,
sounds
baby
good.
back rib.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Some potatoes in the oven.
I'll trade you a bacon cheeseburger for one of them slabs of ribs.
Oh man, these ribs, I don't know, they look good. Ribs are expensive these days. I don't know what happened with the price of them, but once upon a time I used to pay, I don't know, $10, $12 per rib. Now it's almost double that. It's up to $20 per rib now.
Yeah,
So
you gotta cash them things on sale now. And it's not like when you go to the store nowadays, it's not like, what do you want for supper? When you come on, this is what I could find.
yeah, that's basically it, for sure.
Hey, Mark, don't you have a Mark? You got a microphone, don't you? Takes a little while to get it to YouTube there. I got a message.
I'm back. The daughter wanted to be able to turn around and watch us on her iPad. Can you hear me okay?
It's still a little bit choppy.
Bring it closer. Does that sound better?
That did.
Okay.
You were sounding like no problem at all in the beginning of the, in the beginning of the chat there.
Yeah, I think it's because my daughter, she came in and she was outside playing, and she's got the iPad going now, so she's watching the video as well. So we got 3 computers that are accessing the same internet connection right now.
Yeah, that's more than likely what's doing it.
Yeah.
I got the same thing. I'm chatting to you guys. My wife's over here playing the game and on Facebook, and her oldest son's over there watching Walt Disney. He likes Mickey Mouse, and he's a teenager.
So Mark, you still got a black screen going on there.
Do what?
I asked him.
Mark's
I got
got a
what?
dark screen.
I don't know why he's got a dark screen.
That's weird.
Hey, Mark, you might need to restart your computer and see if it opens back up. We're not going anywhere anytime soon.
Oh God, no, I'm around for a while.
Yeah, it's going to take me at least an hour to get these hamburgers cooked.
I gotta work now. I ain't turning it off.
Well, I gotta be at work at 6 in the morning. That's another 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, that's 9 hours from now.
Well, that's my joy of working from home. I don't have to worry about it.
I gotta get up when you leave. Before you
Yeah,
leave.
I just gotta convince myself I'm a teenager all over again. Of course, then when I was driving the truck, I could drive 3 days straight without any sleep. And I was a lot younger back then too.
Yeah. Well, I actually had I was going to do a video on it, but those that are here, that are subscribed to my channel, I'm going to give a special thank you, because when I first started, I haven't really said the story of why, but there's some people out there that turn around and know that I actually, I work from home, and basically what I do on YouTube is basically what I do for a living. with the wife working. And I just officially got my first paycheck from YouTube last month. And I was quite excited about it. So I thank you to everybody.
Was it enough to take that Walt Disney vacation?
No, I wish it was, but it was enough for me to get some new merchandise for the meetup in Nova Scotia, though, which was kind of cool.
Mark Martin says, hooves all trimmed, tail freshly curled, snout hair is all trimmed up. In other words, he's ready to get on this thing.
Not me. I'm looking like a typical down south. I fit right into Mississippi. I've got the beard coming on.
Well, now, if you gonna be down from the south, you got to make sure you put that southern slang in the twang of your voice there, Roger.
Oh, yeah, that twang. Yeah, I'm from way down there in Mississippi. Or somewhere in the Louisiana Bayou.
Shit, there's some heavy accents down south.
Yeah, I guess I better stick with my New Brunswick East Coast accent. It works better.
I can go with my Newfie accent if he wants to, boy. Jesus, Lord, Tunnel, Jesus. I can talk in Newfie if he wants.
Oh, God, yeah. My sister's married my, well, I already called my brother-in-law. They've been together for, what, 12 years? They're getting married this weekend, so gonna have me an official brother-in-law from Newfoundland now.
No, you gotta say it right. You gotta say it right. It's a not brother-in-law, it's brother-in-law.
Yeah, brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law. That's how we each says it right here, too. Brother-in-law.
You gotta say it with the mouthful of mouths. Brother-in-law.
Gonna be your ex-brother-in-law. Don't do it. Take advice from one who's been married 4 times. I'm on number 4 right now. Ooh, my wife just gave me a dirty look. I can't remember the other 3, baby. I don't even know their names. I'm sorry.
That's what I say to mine all the time, too. I don't remember the other ones. They're not important.
There's 4 Mrs. Chandlers walking out there.
That's like when the kids from the other wives turn around and walk in. I'm like, wait, who's your mother again?
Gotta love the East Coast. They have some really unique traditions or history.
Oh yeah, we got a lot of history here. That's for sure. Some weird history.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Them daggum lobsters ain't nothing but one big ass tough shrimp.
Yeah, that they are. And related to the cockroach is the nearest relative that they have.
True.
Preach it, brother. Preach it.
The cockroaches of the ocean. Gotta love them.
That reminds me of that movie called, I think it's called Damnation Alley. No, Damnation Valley with a V, Valley. And it had George Papard in there, the one that, you know, that used to star in the A-Team.
Oh, yeah.
And it was about, in one scene in that movie, they had them cockroaches that could rub their legs together, create a spark. And he says, we are being invaded by killer cockroaches.
That's too funny.
Let me check my bacon. I don't want that to burn.
I can smell it.
You guys, whose channel is this? Is this FSB Bushcraft?
Yeah.
Okay. And where's he at? Is he in the panel as well?
Oh, that's yeah, the one that's got no camera. That says FSBushcraft. That's my son Cody. He's got no camera on his computer.
Okay.
So his just comes up with the logo.
Yeah, really stuff belongs to
Okay.
Oh, I missed it. Drop noticed. He's losing battery power. He must have been on his laptop out in the tent. It's kind of cool though. It's something different. I never tried it. Well, I've been on with on millions streaming chat stuff, but I've never actually started one myself. So I figured it's about time I did one. Figure out how to get my videos. Maybe a little bit bigger though.
Gary's been the song with his music and music.
Well, I can see you there, Mark, if you can hear me or not. I'm trying to screen jump off you there.
I'm here. I'm here.
Hey, LTD Survival, what's up?
Yeah, Mark, we're still on. Well, he can't hear or see us. I don't know, can he?
Louis from LTD Survival, he's out camping as well.
Okay, I'm back. I heard LP Survival's here.
Yeah, LTD Survival's there, Cody.
Hey, LP Survival.
He's in the chat there.
I see him.
Yeah, that's weird. Well, Louis, LT Survival, he's saying that the streaming's not that good for him either. I know he's up in Quebec, Canada, so.
Quebec. That's way the heck up yonder, ain't it?
Yeah, he's just, he's north of us.
And he's way, 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 way south of me.
He's trying to catch a ride on the Aurora Borealis.
I see the Aurora Borealis every single day. That's how far north I am.
Where at are you, north?
I'm in the Northwest Territories.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I'm way up there. I'm above Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, BC. I'm just east of Alaska.
Oh, okay. When I turned around and served with the military, I was up in Igloolik.
Sorry, where at?
In Igloolik?
Is that in the west or the east of Canada?
Oh, whoa, I'm getting some feedback here.
Wait, Adam, just ask you a question. What do you want me to do?
You gotta turn that. Oh, something's gone messed up here. I'm not hearing voices from like about 2 minutes ago.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can still hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. My computer went a bit sideways for a second. I must have dropped the connection.
Yeah, mine just did something wacky there too. There a second ago, it was like I was hearing, like I'm getting lag voices.
Yeah, do you have the view page open for this video that's being streamed live on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you mute that volume, that might reduce that effect.
Oh, mute. Let's mute that.
Yeah, just open up that tab or that screen, and in the video
Oh,
player,
that's yeah. I just got that. That's what Mark was talking about earlier, and I thought I
yeah,
muted it, but I guess I didn't.
if you mute that, because there's a delay of around 10 seconds between the Google Hangout versus the YouTube page watch. So if you're listening to both at the same time, you'll hear this repetitive reverb delay. So it's best to mute the video player, and you can keep the screen open and still watch the comment section, but the video player won't broadcast any audio.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I just did. Yeah, that sounds a lot better now. Like I don't hear anything at all. Yeah, I don't know if you caught it when I mentioned about where you were up north there. I heard you say Northwest Territories. I was
Yes.
up in when I served with the military back in '92. I was actually up in Iqaluit, up in the Baffin Islands.
Okay, so you were on the East Coast side.
Yeah, yeah.
On the East Coast of Canada, yeah, okay. Yeah, right now, yeah, I'm more in the west. I'm out towards like I'm right next to the Yukon and Alaska, so kind of in that northwest section of
Oh,
the.
okay.
So yeah, so the whole point of my name on my YouTube channel, Up North of 60, is that I'm actually north of the 60th parallel.
Right.
Yeah, so if you check out the map, you'll see the 60th parallel where it runs, and I live north of that
Right.
aspect.
Yeah. So you're way up there.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah. So when you mentioned earlier that Quebec, well, for you guys, you were saying that Quebec is way north, way up there, and I'm thinking, wow, man, Quebec is way south for me. So we're kind of on the same perspective, except I'm further north looking south, and you're further south looking north.
Yeah, yeah. Like for my yeah. I mean, Mark turned on us saying that Manland. I mean, yeah, he's way south from Manland because he's down in Mississippi. But yeah, for us, we're just in southern New Brunswick. So uh, LT Survival Louis in Quebec, he'd be about 7 hours drive, 7 8 hours drive for us.
Okay, so sorry, you say you're in New Brunswick?
Yeah, we're in New Brunswick. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I drove through New Brunswick there a couple of years ago, actually. We done a road trip from the Northwest Territories back to Newfoundland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was real sweet. Long drive, about 8,000.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I can imagine for you. Yeah, that'd be a long old drive.
Yeah, well, it was 8,000 kilometers to St. John's, and we took about 10 days to do it, so it was okay.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, Mart, I can see. I don't know if you can hear us or not, but I can see your chat coming up for sure. Are you able to hear us now?
I'm not sure if I can hear you or not, but your audio has definitely improved.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about.
So, guys, since this is a bushcraft chat here, I was wondering if you guys can maybe introduce yourselves, just kind of who you are, what your channel is about, or what your story is in relation to into the bushcraft.
Okay, I can do that right there. Y'all don't mind, I'd like to go first.
Go ahead, Mart.
This is amateur artist Mark D. Chandler once again from Manland, and I'm basically a car camper, and that's pretty much it.
I love it. I love it.
So when you say car camper, like, are you full time living in your vehicle?
No, I'm an individual that when I go camping, when it comes to hiking, if I gotta walk more than 5 yards, I'm out of breath.
Oh, okay, sorry. So you're a car camper.
My car. That's right. My car is my backpack.
I hear you. Okay, that's cool, man. No sweat. That's awesome.
But as I was telling Peter there before, a lot of the bushcrafting knowledge, hiking knowledge, ultralight backpacking, survival, all that does tie into the actual camping episode. Because as you reach a certain age, you realize that gravity increases as you get older. So you're looking for lightweight, easy ways to do things.
Yeah, no, for sure, absolutely. Just got a question for SF FS Bushcraft. I noticed in my on my screen here that you're adjusting my audio level. Is my microphone coming across too loud? If so, I can turn it down.
No, I find it. I've been playing with them because it sounded like you were starting to fade out on me, but when I turned it up myself in the control room, I hear you a lot better.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Like I just noticed in the upper right-hand corner there that it was indicating that you're adjusting my volume. I wasn't sure if my headset was, like I say, like too close to my mouth, or maybe I could adjust it from my end if it would make it easier.
Oh no, no, I was doing. I didn't know that it did it on both sides. That's kind of cool though. I just noticed mainlands went down too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Like if you adjust any of my audio or video, there's a little notification comes up in the corner of my Hangout screen.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Now I just noticed my video turned around and stopped, and I don't see myself anymore. Yet my camera says I'm still on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just see your FS Bushcraft logo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know what that what happened there. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Did I mute something that I wasn't supposed to? Oh, wait a minute. Is this it here? Oh, I turned it off by mistake. That's what happened.
Turn yours off.
There, now I'm back.
I don't see you.
Do you see me again, Cody?
I don't see you now.
All right, Cody. Well, since you're the youngest one of the FS Bushcraft, why don't you turn around and say what got you into bushcraft and why you like YouTube and all that fun stuff?
Okay, well, why I got into bushcraft is because, well, one, Dad goes out a lot, and I thought it was really fun. Two, I really like the nature and I like adventuring. But three, I can't really think of the third one. Uh, I don't.
Huh?
I can't think of the third one.
Ready? Yeah.
Can't think of the third reason why.
No, I just really like it.
You just enjoy going out and enjoying the bush and learning some cool skills.
Yeah.
That's cool. No, mine was basically I've always been into the bush and stuff like that. As far back as I can remember, gosh, probably back to I'd say that I could walk. My father was always here in New Brunswick. They were always into the bush and hunting and fishing and all that kind of stuff. And ever since I was able to turn on a go out, he always had me out. I just found that being in the bush was just always so much more peaceful and stuff like that than being in the city. And then of course, going through school and stuff like that, and following in the family tradition. When I joined the military, I spent 12 years with the Canadian Armed Forces and serving overseas, and then also turned around and serving up in the Arctic and stuff like that. And when I got out, I moved to Ontario, and figured something different. And I spent 18 years in southern Ontario, and it just drove me nuts because being in the city all the time and not being out in the bush and everything else. So, of course, when the recession hit, I turned around and was working for an account management firm, and I got laid off. So we ended up packed the family up, moved back to the East Coast, and as soon as I stepped out in the bush, it was like, yeah, this is it. I've been missing it, and started doing it again. And then, of course, being so common on YouTube and stuff, and other friends of mine and the wife and everything as well, you should turn on and go on to YouTube like everybody else. So I just kind of followed suit. From there, we're here today, and I love it because of the fact, especially on the YouTube side, just from meeting some really cool people, and that basically like family that you've never actually met like face to face, but you feel like they're family. It's that brotherhood and that sisterhood and everything, and it's just so cool to sit here and talk to people from all over the world basically that are into the same thing that you are. If that kind of makes any sense.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I respect it 100%, and I actually mirror a lot of what you just said. Um, for me, it's just a collection of like-minded individuals that we can all get together and talk about different ideas or subjects or share knowledge or memories back and forth, and it's just a really great platform for social media. The other thing was that I started watching YouTube back in like 2007, 2008, back when YouTube first started. Actually, I was learning how to play drums at the time, and I was googling videos of like how to play certain beats, how to play certain rhythms, and I came across this site called YouTube. I had no idea what it was, and I clicked it and kind of got into the whole YouTube experience. And of course, the suggested videos on the right hand side, you kind of get in that system where like you watch one video, you see something that attracts on the right hand side, you click that video, then another one, then another one, then another one, and you end up watching a shit ton of videos. And I was a big fan of YouTube back when I first started, and of course I was watching channels, of interest for me, whether it was survival, whether it was bushcraft, whether it was hunting or gun related or emergency preparedness, whatever it was. I was into those videos, and I was watching these guys creating these YouTube videos and these channels, and I felt that at some point, I would learn enough from these guys and from my own experiences that I could maybe start my own channel and offer something similar. So that was kind of where I came into it. I was inspired by other YouTube artists or producers, whatever you want to call them. And for me, I'm like, yeah, man, screw it. I'm just going to give it a go too, right? So I started up a YouTube channel back in 2010. Started uploading videos, a lot of bushcraft videos, survival videos, how-to videos. Um, I got into the into the winter camping, so I have like a canvas tent that's set up out on the Great Slave Lake in the Northwest Territories, and I take my skidoo and I travel back and forth when it's like extreme temperatures, like minus 30, minus 40 degrees. I go over, I split wood, I light a fire, cook food, and kind of demonstrate some of the bushcraft northern survival skills. And that's kind of my winter feel to it. Then usually in the fall of the year, I'm more into the hunting aspect, so I'm out on my quad and out with the guns, shooting guns, sighting my guns in, taking down game, skinning game, cleaning game, cooking game, packaging game, bringing it home, and then back to the winter, where we go back to the to the winter camp setup. And then during the summer, usually I like to do kind of road trip adventures. So we, jump in our van and we kind of cruise around the country for 6, 8 weeks a year and just kind of chill out and, travel around, experience some different things and come back. So that's kind of like my cycle for my YouTube videos. And, kind of going back to what FSB Bushcraft said was, it's all about meeting people with similar ideas and similar thoughts and interests, and just kind of creating that community. And I guess that was a big thing for me for YouTube. So that's my response, anyways.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's just for me a lot of it too is like I say is it just I don't know like I deal with PTSD and all this other stuff and the whole bit, but it's just going out and being in the nature. It's like any it's better than any drug. That's the way I say it to most people. Is that when I go out, I feel like all this weight lifts off and my mind's so clear, and I just if I had my way, I'd live out there all the time. If Mark's still having issue, can't turn around. Man, that's weird. He's on a Wi-Fi. He's getting 4 out of 5 bars, but yet he still can't hear us or see us or anything. That's weird. I'm still coming through okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
So how many guys kind of come from a, I don't want to say prepper, as in like classing one idea, but just kind of coming from more of an emergency preparedness background for the bushcraft side of things. Like, has the emergency preparedness aspect kind of motivated your bushcraft?
Yeah,
House?
kind of. I mean, yeah, I've definitely. I haven't put a whole lot on my channel about the prepping aspect, but I mean, we are a prepping family for sure, and we've got a bug out location and the whole bit and everything like that. But I don't know. It's just something I never. I'm more. I don't know. It's weird. I enjoy more putting on the channel and stuff like that. I've had a better response from like all our campouts and stuff like that. Taking Cody out, of course, and as everybody says, they love seeing the kids out there and stuff like that. But I mean, as far as the channel goes, I've never really put anything as far as my prepping aspect. I've mentioned it a few times, but that's about it.
Yeah, no, sorry, just for clarification, I didn't mean sharing with your channel. I meant with your kind of motivation, the whole motivation of the bushcraft, self-reliance aspect of things. Um,
Oh, did that like start me into the prepping? You mean like did doing the bushcraft get me into the prepping? Is that what you mean?
yeah, I guess, yeah.
No, actually, for myself, it was definitely. I mean, the prepping just came about from. I think a lot of that was actually from being in the military and just seeing the way that things are around the world. And then, of course, I'm big into, watching the news and stuff like that as well. And then living up in Ontario for so long, and when the recession hit hard there, and things started closing up, it was kind of like, oh, like, it's better. The best way that I put it is, I have a good friend of mine that actually used to sell insurance, had his own insurance company and everything else. He's now retired, but it's like he turns out and puts it. He's into prepping and that as well as that. We buy insurance for like our house and buy insurance on these other things in the hope that we'll never ever have to use it, but it's there in case we do. And that's where the prepping aspect for me turned out and got in is that, like I say, when I got laid off from my job, almost 8 years ago now, um, it was nice because we had just started getting into the prepping and stuff, and of course the preps were there, and the preps kept us going for quite a while. So from that, it was like, yeah, this is something, I want to do more of it, get more into it, and then of course getting more into it, it just snowballed.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, and I kind of came from the same perspective where you're coming from, so I respect that. That's awesome, man. It's good to hear.
Yeah, it's definitely. I know, like, there's a lot of them that, from the bushcrafting, and I've had that on mine too. Like, I've had people send private messages and stuff about saying that watching bushcraft channels and stuff like that have got them more into prepping and stuff like that. But
Yeah, or the whole premise of bushcrafting is, to be able to get out in the wilderness with very minimal equipment and, thrive and survive, right? It's all about independence and be able to, create things using a very basic method of, like a sharp edge. And I
right,
think that, people that are interested in that aspect of it, they come from somewhat of a self-reliance background as well, because, you know, people that are motivated for that, they would like to sit down and talk about, I need to build this, I need to create this, I need to make fire, I need to make string, I need to carve a spoon, I have to build a shelter. And it's all about, self-reliance. And, that's like that's a level of emergency preparedness. So from these guys' point of view, initially when they get into that, they have to have some hunger for self-reliance, whether it's on the prepping side or the survival side or the bug out side or the military side or the bushcraft side. It's all kind of the same flavor at the end of the day, right?
yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. No, I
You
definitely
know
would
what,
agree
Doc?
there.
I'm gonna do something right quick. Uh, everybody keeps making, I guess, light-hearted jokes about the zombie apocalypse, and what they're saying is, if you can survive the zombie apocalypse, you can survive anything. And as soon as I heard that, I had one great big pet peeve on that one. I said the zombies don't shoot back at.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think that I mean, I hear that too. Like, a lot of my friends watch The Walking Dead. I watch The Walking Dead. And most survival prepper fantasies are are based on the zombie apocalypse, which is ridiculous. Like, really, you know, I don't believe in zombies. Nobody believes in zombies. That shit's ridiculous. But I think the premise, the idea of the
Kevin,
the event can be subjective in the sense that where you can call it whatever you want it to, whether it's SARS outbreak or some nuclear apocalypse or some zombie apocalypse or some alien invasion or meteor, whatever you want to call it, the end result is the same, which is a disruption,
Yeah.
and right, which is disruption of everybody's normal daily lives, and there's going to be a response from that. Some people are going to be able to accept that. The ones that are more bushcraft, hunting, camping, hiking, from that side of things versus the guys that are, they need their frappuccino every morning from uh, what's that big coffee chain called? Starbucks. They need their frappuccino from Starbucks every day with a fruit salad that's gluten free and whatever else that bullshit entails. Some people are going to come from that perspective. So you can go back and kind of say, the strong will survive, survival of the fittest, whatever it is. But a lot of these bushcrafters, like ourselves, in this panel here, we kind of come from a point of view of, I'm not talking survival end of the world apocalypse shit, but we still come from the same root, which is self-preservation and independence and self-reliance, right? So
Yeah.
that's why I love this community because everybody comes from a certain facet, and but ultimately we're all here for the same goal, right? And that's what's so
Well,
beautiful about it.
it comes down to me like one of the famous songs out there that says a country boy can survive because he hasn't lost contact. He knows how to do the garden. He can hunt. He can fish. He can snakes. But unfortunately, there's a lot of things that I noticed in my lifetime that was way before my time that I don't even have the skills for. Say, hog head cheese. I love hog head cheese, but I don't have a clue how to make it. Hominy, I love hominy. Did not know that it was actually processed by using lye. There's a lot of the old techniques that I still don't know, skills that I don't possess. I can survive, but I don't have it to where I can thrive. And most people have in their mindset, I'm going to grab my bug out bag, I'm going to head to the woods, and I'll be okay. Well, here in
Yeah.
Mississippi, that's not true because you are on somebody else's property. They've got shotguns, they got 30-06s. They're going to protect their property from people like me trying to live off their land. There's nowhere for us to go. Up
No,
north where
yeah,
you guys are at, you have a lot better chance of fleeing into the sticks, as I call it, and not ever be seen or heard from for a while. But if
Oh
it's a
yeah.
situation
I agree.
with the
But
military,
fortunately for my situation, I'm so far north that where the population density is so thin that I can walk for 50 miles in northeast south direction and not come across anybody else's property, right?
Yeah, and I think what Mark's getting at is more that would turn around and definitely fit into our scenario for where we are here in New Brunswick. And he's got a valid point. Like I live in St. John, New Brunswick, so it's the largest city in New Brunswick. But I mean, I can go 15, not even 15 minutes. I can take a 10-minute drive either way out of the city, and I can be on Crown land out in the middle of nowhere. Um, a prime example, our bug out location, for instance, it's only 45 minutes from my doorstep, and I mean it's not a heavily dense population area. We get a few farmhouses and stuff like that around, but we have acreage of land around us that there's nobody. Um, if I was to walk, like in your scenario, if I was to turn around and walk from where we are to the next neighbor or whatever like that, it's not that long. Like it might take me maybe half an hour, 45 minutes on foot, and I can turn around and be in a neighbor's property or something like that. So I think kind of that's the idea, like Mark's getting at, is that yeah, I guess when you look at the area, and I know what he's getting at, and that's the thing I've seen a lot is you got a lot of these ones on here that they think that they go out to Cabela's or some shop somewhere and they buy a pre-made bug out bag that they buy off the shelf and they think that's it. They're good. They're ready to go. It doesn't matter. But like you're saying, which is absolutely true, is that, you know, those of us with the skill and stuff like that, I think that's a lot of it why we're on here on YouTube, because we do care, and you know, trying to show the skills and show that, you know what, that pre-made bug out bag that you buy off the shelf is not the end all be all. You know, it's like being the first aid kits, for instance. I've got a series up there on my channel where I did like first aid and all that stuff, and people are like, well, what's the best first aid kit to buy? Well, as you know yourself, you can't say won't buy this kit because everybody's got different skill levels. Everybody, you know, some people are first aid qualified, some people are EMT qualified, some people have no qualification, so they're kind of like the boo-boo bandage, as I call it, kind of person. Whereas, you know, myself, basically I've got an EMT bag that I carry when myself and my family, for instance, when we go to the cabin and we're out in the bush, because everything in there I know how to use. And a bug out bag is the same thing. Like, yeah, I have a bug out bag that I take, but it changes all the time depending on what we're doing and where we're going.
Well, like you said there, Peter, when you was talking about the first aid kit, I've seen a lot of people on YouTube. Well, I've seen a few. I ain't gonna say a lot. A lot of people talking about like a Band-Aid station type of first aid kit.
Yeah.
And then you get people get really down and nitty and gritty with it. And I personally do not carry around an AED. I'm a first responder trained up to the point of not necessarily an ambulance driver or anything, like a med vac or anything, but in reality, what most people really need in a first aid kit is pads. You know what I'm talking about? Not the cotton ball, cotton pads, and some duct tape. That takes care of most of your boo-boos and abrasions.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Benadryl for stings, wall stings, something like that. But you got to be careful because that makes a lot of people sleepy. But when it comes to real trauma, you've got a really good gash, simple, a lot of maxi pad type of deal is going to help you an awful lot, along with some duct tape, to get you out of that situation. But if you're in a real survival type of situation, then you've got to have the skills to get into needle and thread, or you've got to be able to pack one of those staplers. You got to know how to use it. Are you going to be able to use that when you got a freaking bone involved? There's a lot of things that's going to be happening. The best bet for that type of severe survival is hope to goodness sake that you've got a buddy that is an actual EMT and is trained in that.
Yeah,
there's a lot of training that goes involved.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I get into, because I get like that's kind of what I was meaning, because I get. Oh, go ahead.
Peter, what I'm saying, if people were to get into basic medics as far as the military is concerned, they will be a lot better off as far as true military first aid survival. Like a buddy gets shot, they know to back it down, that type of thing.
Yeah,
anything
and that's kind of
beyond. Yeah, anything like that's beyond that when it comes to surgery, removing, it's almost impossible to set a broken bone and do it properly. It's very, very difficult to do.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you've never been trained, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like myself, I went through St. John Ambulance Cadets here years ago, and I mean, I got as far as my phase 2 in EMT, and then when I joined the military, of course, and took combat first aid training and stuff like that through the military, and have all that experience. And that's kind of like when Wayne and I, instance Colcraven, when he had the question once. Well, he put that little kit there that he did recently that he got sent from whoever it was there, that light take or whatever. They sent him a small one, and I know a lot of people were picking it apart on him, saying, "Oh, well, he didn't have this and didn't have that." And he was trying to explain, and that's why I said, like, there's actually him and I have actually talked. I've talked about redoing kind of my video over, because the one that I done, it was I got tagged by LT Survival because of the fact that. This is going back, I think it was last year or whatever, but he knew about my military background and my medical training and stuff like that, and he just wanted to see what I had as kind of like sharing, information back and forth. And from that's when I began. I had people come at me too the same way, like, and I know that they have no first aid training whatsoever, and they're like, oh, that little kit that you had, you didn't have sutures in it, you didn't have this in it, you didn't have that in it. And I'm like, well, no, I didn't, because of the fact that this kit is just it's a boo boo kit. It's, you know, if Wayne and I go out
Right.
overnight kind of thing, and nick yourself with a knife or something, it's like, oh well, you know, I got a band-aid put on it. But it's like I explained to him. I said, no, I do have a full EMT bag that I have. That you know, when I take the family and we go out into the bush, or we go somewheres, it travels with us all the time. And just because, once again, my main concern, obviously, as it should be with everybody, it is my wife or my children. Now, I've never, and I've had people, oh, well, why don't you put it in a video? And I'm like, well, the problem is that most of the stuff that's in here, the average person that subs to my channel doesn't know how to use the stuff in the first place. So to pull it out and show, like, yeah, I got a, you know, blood pressure cuff, and I can take blood pressure and all this stuff and blah 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 and everything else. It's kind of, to me, it's redundant because nobody really knows how to use it. That's why I always say when somebody asks me, well, what kind of first aid kit do you recommend? If you have no experience or no training, the first aid kit that you turn around and buy is going to be great. But once again, if you're worried about, you know, like you said, like a broken leg and trying to set it out in the bush to help somebody out, then you really need to turn around and go and get, you know, extra training.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I completely agree with what you're saying. Like, there's a lot of guys on YouTube that promote certain first aid kits, that the equipment that they display are far outside the training of most people watching it, right?
Yeah, yeah, and that's why I try to, I mean, I try to stay away from that and more. Well, my whole thing when I first started, like when I started the channel, and you know, with Cody and I going out and stuff like that, and him being young, it was just more of showing him the skills. And my whole thing, at the same time, my thing on my channel was is I was trying to show, excuse me, I was trying to show more of a budget thing, and I was trying to get into the aspect of, you know, people that don't have money, or, you know, they're working a part-time job, or, you know, they're just making enough to turn around and get by, to show that, yeah, you still can turn around and go out in the bush and you can still have a good time. I mean, Wayne, I keep coming back to Wayne, and I don't know why. It's just because Wayne and I go out all the time together. But you know, we've done it many times where, you know, take a certain amount of money, walk into the dollar store, our local dollar store, and you can buy the stuff that you need, that you can actually go out and you can have an okay time.
Yeah, definitely. And it's actually funny we're talking about this because the next video I was going to shoot for my channel actually was my trauma kit that I carry in my vehicle. I just shot a video or two videos ago that was kind of a tour of our road trip vehicle that we use.
Right.
And I have a trauma kit that's in there, and I had a couple of people on my channel say I would love for you to do a review or a description of what's in your trauma kit, right?
Yeah. Yeah. For
You
sure.
know, yeah. So it's actually a great conversation because that's going to be 99% my next video that I want to shoot.
Yeah, that'll be cool to see actually, for sure.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah.
Right.
So, are you EMT trained or first responder trained? What's your level of
Well, here in New Brunswick, as they turn on, well, back then, I mean, I'm not obviously qualified anymore. I mean, I let it expire and stuff, but I've got uh, I've got friends of mine that are still with St. John Ambulance here in St. John that work on the ambulance service with the hospital. So every time a new book comes out or something like that, I always turn on and get the manual and you know, go through it. A whole lot hasn't changed, but my actual classification back then, and oh my God, we're going back to like '93, was what they call EMT Phase 2, which basically here in in New Brunswick, EMT Phase 2 is that you're fully qualified to be in an ambulance. You know, you can drive ambulance, you know, first responder in the back and stuff like that. Um, but like I said, I let a lot of it expire because I was just so busy with it. Well, a lot of it was when I was in Ontario, and you know, never kept up on it all and stuff. But it's something that in the back of my mind I've been contemplating to go back and turn on and do the refresher. I had the one guy, like I say, a good friend of mine who's with St. John Ambulance. He's actually a trainer, and he's like, we should go back into the refresher course. But oh my God, it's like it was almost like $300-400 for me to turn on and go back and take the, because I have to do kind of a, not an intro, but they're calling it like a refresher recap of all the new stuff that's changed over the years and things like that. But it's like I said, for myself, I'm confident with the training that I had, that I know that, and I've had to use it a few times, that, I've got the knowledge enough to be able to turn around and open up something, and be able to turn around and, set a broken leg, like I said, or, if I had to do sutures in an emergency, or, even for that matter, turn around and birth a child. The knowledge is there, but that's kind of the other reason too why I don't get into too much on the channel, because of the fact I don't have, I'm not qualified anymore. So it just keeps away from all that of people, well, are you qualified, or you shouldn't be saying this or saying that. So I just choose to kind of keep that aspect kind of down a bit.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. But you sound like you know what you're talking about. So I would be confident enough if I were you, just to, maybe talk about
Yeah,
some of those things. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. No,
Maybe,
it's definitely it's something. It's one of those things. I mean, it's just something I've seen for the last little while. Well, I don't know. I'd probably say the last few months that I've seen it become a big thing on YouTube. That a lot of people are going on about, first aid kits, first aid kits, first aid kits, and yeah, I agree. I mean, everybody should turn around and have a small first aid kit when they go in the bush. I mean, I always have one, but like I said before, it totally depends on the scenario. Like if I'm going out by myself or something like that, you know, I don't carry a big one. I basically carry a boo-boo kit. But it's only when everybody else comes out that I carry all the big stuff.
yeah, for sure.
Let me.
It's like the more you know, the less you carry, right?
Yeah, exactly. What were you gonna say, Mark?
I was gonna sit there and ask if I could change the subject here, because I made a comment on somebody else's video a while back, and then I got one of those troll type of responses from somebody surfing the internet out there.
We've all got those.
Uh, yeah, well,
All
we're
right, guys,
talking
sorry,
about bush.
I got to take off here right quick, man. My woman just came in. I got to roll here. So I appreciate the conversation tonight. Awesome hangout. I'll subscribe to both of your channels, and I'll check you guys the next time that you go live.
Hey,
I'll jump in the
do
next time
that,
you go
do
live.
that, Doc.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
You
do
too,
that,
North.
because I'll.
I did the same thing.
All right, awesome, guys. I'll subscribe to both of your channels, and we'll hook up again in the future.
Will do.
All right, have a good night, guys. Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Stay safe.
Okay, what were you gonna
Well,
say there,
can't do,
Mark?
couldn't do it. I'm gonna be in and out right here because I'm trying to do some mushrooms, and now I got to cook the French fries. Um, uh, the definition versus survival. To me, I don't. There's no fine line. Bushcraft to me is anything dealing with the outdoors, and you're trying, of course, to use all natural materials to make your life more comfortable.
Yes.
Directly from the land. That's the way I see it.
Yep.
And there was a channel, they were cooking a rabbit stew, and I had made a comment on the channel, something like, hey, finally a real bushcraft type of cooking here, man. I really did enjoy it, blah, 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 And there was an individual that says, oh, man, this had nothing to do with bushcraft. This is a store-bought thing. You got this thing from a store, this, that, and the other. That's not real survival, Ended up using some foul language in the comment as far as the reply, and something struck a nerve. And I replied back to the effect, you need to get your definition straight. Bushcraft cooking versus survival cooking is two different worlds.
Yes.
Survival cooking, of course, is if cooking a chicken over a campfire. Well, the chances of me catching a wild chicken out here in the woods is, absolutely impossible unless I steal, a chicken from somebody's house, or say.
Yes.
But when it comes to actual survival, we're going to be eating slugs, worms, so-called wild edibles, that type of thing. And we might survive for a few weeks, and then we'll end up dying, because there's just not enough food substance,
Yeah, I definitely agree with it. I think the best way the best way I ever heard it explained between the two of them, and that once again it comes back to Cold Crave and Wayne, is we were out one night and we had this same discussion because we were battling back and forth and stuff like that, because where we both use bushcraft, we both use bushcraft in our channel names, yet we don't consider ourselves bushcrafters, we consider ourselves survivalists. And because of being the woodsman and all the experience and stuff like that, and being in the military and being overseas and all this other stuff, and doing it since I was able to walk and the whole bit, and of course Wayne doing it the same way, being from the same area, and then him going on the Alone Show and all this kind of stuff and everything else. But when when I think of bushcraft, what I think of is I think anything that I'm going to do to craft to make my survival better. So, like, for instance, our base camp, which I know you've seen videos many times, our base camp that Wayne and I have, and I made my my bushcraft bed, I call it, which is 6 feet off it's about 4 feet off the ground. I can sit in it comfortably. I can put my stuff on it. I got a little table there beside that I made. We've got chairs there that we've made out of trees and stuff like that, put together and all that kind of stuff. That's, to me, is bushcrafting. That it's making our camp better. And then the act of survival, like you say, is the fact of actually being able to go out and be able to, make a figure 4 trap, for instance, to turn on a trap rabbits or, deer or whatever the case may be, or, being able to fish and all that kind of stuff. So I guess in a way, bushcraft can be put into as being part of survival. But once again, it comes back to, like I said before, when I look back way back years ago, I never ever heard of bushcrafting. Like, my father never called it bushcrafting. It was, you're a woodsman, And I think that's where a lot of people turn around and, I don't know, maybe from YouTube, maybe that is the issue. Maybe from YouTube, there's a lot of people on there that use the term bushcraft, and all the books that have come out and stuff like that. And people are like, oh, well, if you do anything out in the bush, it's called bushcrafting. Those burgers must be just about ready, are they? Yeah, absorbed suffer lines of the street there. Yeah, you about changing your name from Crash Bushcraft. It's kind of crossed my mind a few times, and I've thought about doing the same thing of turning around and changing it. But then I thought, you know what? It's my name. It's what everybody calls me. But yeah, I know it definitely. I get it all the time. I get the same thing. I get people turning around and asking me about, well, it's not really bushcraft that you're doing. You got bushcraft in your name, but it's just what I picked when I signed up with YouTube.
Well, you know what, Peter? Donnie Pavlini of Donnie Pavlini Outdoors, I might add.
Yeah. Sexy man.
Right, Mr. Cafe Sexo Robusto, the absolute inventor. He and I had the same discussion about his channel name. He says, well, Martin, I can't do what you're doing because I got outdoors on the end of my channel. And I said, boo, crap, man. I said, you can do whatever you want to. It's your channel.
Yeah.
Then again, it goes back to the reason, I don't know why I got on YouTube. I think it's because of home videos being lost and forgotten on old VCR tapes, and the fact that maybe I don't have any kids, but maybe my, nephews and nieces might go back and find out that type of thing. But I got involved with the bushcrafting, and I'm going to put that in quotation marks. Have you not noticed a lot of these terms come from the United Kingdom?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, an awful lot of them. And the actual term, if you were to watch, what's his name, Ray Mears?
Yeah. Yeah. Ray Mears.
When he actually goes back to talking about true bushcraft, it's over in Africa somewhere, and them guys ain't got nothing but shrubs out there. There's not much of a bush anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I know.
That type of mentality takes over. We find it romantic in a way to get involved in that.
Yeah.
I've never really pondered, I never really pondered this thing that closely until Donnie asked me. I said, man, I don't know anything about bushcraft. I'm just a camper. I've seen them make fires with feather sticks before, from the Cub Scouts. I said, but we didn't even call it bushcrafting back then.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I definitely, with my channel now, I definitely get trolls all the time, and people on there challenging, what I'm saying in the whole bit. But it's like I've said before to other people, I don't let it bother me, and I don't let it get in the way, because my final kind of take on the whole thing of, somebody uses bushcraft, or if they're using, prime example, like Absorbed Crash Turn on saying change it his name to Absorbed Self-Reliance, or, if they got whatever they got in their name, Donnie Pavellini Outdoors or whatever like that, to me, I don't look at that. I don't look at the name at all. What I look at is I look at the video and I look at the content. And yourself, you can tell.
Right.
You, without putting in, and I won't, but without putting anybody down, you can tell when a person has skill, or they have experience, or they know what they're talking about, stuff like that. So that's why when I look at some of these comments that I get back or whatever, I just shake my head and I'm like, the best person I ever heard ever on YouTube, and that is Jarhead6. Turned around and made a comment one time, and he turned around and said that they remind him of the couch operator. And I'm like, what? That's exactly it. Most of those trolls are these, I can't help but think, they're just these people that watch all these channels on YouTube, and somebody is doing it wrong, let's say, but they're like, oh no, that's a great channel, it's got X amount of subs, blah blah blah, and they take it as being that's the right way to do it, and all of a sudden they're notable without actually going out and doing it. It's like yourself, like, sure, you might not say that you said you car camp or whatever, you might not be a bushcrafter or survivalist, but I consider you to be a bushcrafter or survivalist. Sure, I've never seen you go out into the bush and turn on a camp, but that doesn't mean that you don't know what you're doing, because you're always out there trying to reproduce what you see and learn, so that you get that skill, that you get comfortable enough with doing it, so that if you ever did have to go out into the bush, you've got a much better chance of surviving than if you didn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my thing is that I'm in a world of reality.
Yeah.
Survival for me is getting up, going to work, making the money to pay the bills, coming home, and then if I have time, I go out and play in the outdoors.
Yes.
That's the world of survival to me.
Yeah.
And those people that do this, they're like survivalists. I'm not going to say bushcrafters, but I'm talking about the survival aspect of being a bushcrafter in the woods. There's probably only a handful out of all the people in the world that actually do that on a daily. And I'm talking about people that live life like that every single day. Third world countries live that type of life every single day. They're surviving and they're using third world technology.
Yeah.
Very actual campfires and things. Trying to make primitive type of fires. They have to, because that's all they know. But for us, the so-called educated people, we're so intelligent that we're just as stupid as we ever were back in the days of caveman. When we saw a lightning bolt hit the ground, we thought it was an act of some type of god. Yes. And now, for some reason, as intelligent as we are, when we hear something on the advertisement saying, hey, we've got a product that'll make you grow hair, and you're stupid enough to believe it, and you spend money on it called Rogaine, and it don't do nothing.
Yeah.
We have not evolved. We have not evolved.
Well, that's my whole thing. Like I say, a lot of times, like some of this gear and stuff like that, like, you know, you see some of the gear out there that you turn out and pay, hundreds of dollars for, and people are like, oh, it's the best damn thing, but yet you can go buy the same thing and spend, a hammock, for example. You can spend $500 for a hammock, or you can walk to here. You can walk to like Kmart or Walmart or not Kmart, but Canadian Tire or Walmart and spend $25-$30, and it does the exact same thing. Really
this right here, I want to show off. This is the E-Tip from Walmart, gifted to me by Donnie Pavellini of Donnie Pavellini Outdoors.
Yeah.
And this is the two-person hammock, and it's hard for me to find YouTube videos on this particular hammock. The single person is out there quite a bit, but not the two-person. Now, what you just said is what me and Donnie have been talking about all along. I'm not here to say that Walmart's the answer as far as period. Not so. But to get into a world as cheaply as possible, you don't have to spend a lot of money to do this.
No,
the firebox stoves, the gasifiers, and all the stuff that's out there that I've seen, I look at it and I laugh, because I have cooked many, and I mean many, a meal on a tin can, what I call the hobo stove.
Yes.
The only reason I upgraded to an IKEA, that stainless steel strainer, is because it got made out of stainless steel and it doesn't rust. And I said, you know what? That's where I need to go, because I'm tired of, making the hobo stoves. They only last for so long. I don't care how well you take care of them. But I noticed one thing on my IKEA. The more I used it, the weaker the metal got. And it got really, really pliable. And I'm still using it now, but it's very, very weak. However, there's nothing that I cannot do in an actual campfire if I'm out there in the woods that I can't do on any type of stove.
And that's an amazing point. And that's kind of like definitely for sure. Like that's Wayne and I, we've showed in many videos, like talking about gear and stuff like that. Like prime example, all these different pot sets. You need this pot set or that pot set, or we should buy this pot set, and it's couple of $100 or 80, 60, 70, 80, 90, $100, whatever for the pot set. Yeah, there's a prime example. The only pot, believe it or not, the only pot I turn around and carry in my bag when I go out in the bush that I consider a pot is, believe it or not, the good old Stanley Adventure Cook Kit. And where'd that come from?
Amen.
I carry, honestly, I carry that thing everywhere, because to me, if I need a pot, that's my pot. If I need a cup and I don't have my green cup, that's a cup. But Wayne and I, like I said many times, we've cooked our whole meal. Yeah, like the steak and I just throw it right on the coals, cook it right on the fire. Never used that pot at all. I've done it many times.
There's one other pot I want to bring, and this is coming from Donnie Pavellini. He is absolutely with the Stanley Adventure Prep and Cook Set, the larger size pot.
Yeah,
I did a video, and that's the one that I actually wanted way back when, but I didn't have the money to get it, so I got the Adventure Prep and Cook Set. And I didn't mind that at all, because I'm used to cooking on tin cans.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for that tapered end, I would say that it's the perfect cook pot. But that tapered end doesn't really affect as far as an actual campfire cooking. It doesn't really affect it that much per se.
No, I don't think it does.
The instability of the tapered end. If you actually had a flat end, it would be a lot better out there in the sticks. Because, you know, when you go to set your pot down and you're sitting on unlevel ground, that little extra flatness may help prevent spillage.
Yeah.
When I do my camping out there in the woods, I do a lot of fried foods. And the Stanley, as much as I love it, I need a larger pot that's more like an actual fry pot or something I can cook pinto cornbread, that type of thing in.
Yeah.
So I went and got the prep and cook set, and it has 2 of the plastic bowls. And let me tell you something. I didn't think I would have anything to do with them plastic bowls. Them dudes came in super handy. When you're out there and you're actually cooking and you got to take the food out and store it somewhere, those bowls come in very handy. And that's one thing that Donnie brought to my attention.
Do those bowls turn around and hold, like insulate as well as the cups do?
No, I don't think they're double wall insulated. They're like a single layer.
Oh, are they? Okay.
But being made of plastic like they are, though, it's not like a hot molten soup into an Ozark Trails stainless steel cup, and before you can get it to your lips or something, that's burning if you have to drink it instead of using a spoon.
Right.
It's got a nice cover lid that goes on top of it, that spatula and ladle works real well. Let me go get my mushrooms. I'll be right back.
Yeah. That's all for nights. I have to turn on and burn a good many share of biscuits, that's for sure. Turn on and try to make panic and stuff like that. Walk away and not be paying attention, or forget about it. That's my biggest thing. Put it on a rock beside the fire, forget about it. Come back, it's like a solid charcoal brick. He's making some big burgers, I think. Yeah, we say somebody's making like big burgers and bacon and mushrooms and all that stuff. Making me hungry.
I don't even think we need French fries. That's a bunch of mushrooms I just cooked. Oh.
Yeah, a hot dog in the microwave. I think he's lying to us. I think he's over there turning on and cooking some rattlesnake and probably frog legs. God knows what else he's got over there. Oh, he's back.
Hey, man, I'll try anything. And I'm going to do a YouTube video on some fried worms. I got to do it.
Fried worms.
I want to know what them things. I want to know what they taste like before I get into that survival situation.
I don't know, man.
Pine needle tea is definitely out.
No, pine needle tea is gross. Gross. I'd rather turn around and go around and find some blueberry leaves and some, other stuff before I ever drink pine needle tea.
Yeah, chaga tea is definitely a thumbs up. I mean, that is one of the best tasting natural teas I've ever. I think it's what you said in the video when I did it. And I couldn't recognize the flavor. It was a hidden vanilla flavor.
Yes, that's what I
very light. And that's exactly what it was. It did taste a little bit like dirt or wood, but it had a little slight vanilla smell or taste.
Yeah,
that's without it,
If you get it when I find if you get it when it's fresh, like when it's like fresh off the tree and you get a big enough horn of it, it definitely it's got more of that woody taste to it and stuff like that. But there is a hint, like that hint of vanilla flavor to it. But as it dries out, stuff like that, you still get that
I was thinking
taste to it.
Yeah, I was thinking in my head, and I didn't say it out loud on the video because my mind and my mouth don't work together. But I was thinking honeysuckle for some reason.
Yeah,
I love honeysuckle. You you can't get enough honeysuckle to survive off of, but it had that little taste of vanilla extract, that little taste of vanilla in there somewhere. And true story now, true story, y'all. Mountain Man from Greece over there.
Greek tea is amazing.
Yeah, he sent me a package of that stuff, and it looked just like marijuana when he sent it. Matter of fact, like I say, I showed it to our local police officer. I showed it to him when he walked in the store, and he looked. Now, them boys in Waynesboro said they get you for this right here, but they don't know what I know. He knew me. he knows I don't do that stuff.
Yeah, that stuff's really good.
My wife was suffering from something. It was some kind of congestion. I'm talking about almost like flu-like symptoms, and she had this thing for like 4, 5, 6 weeks. And I drink a lot, so my alcohol kept me, out of the loop there for a while. And then I got it, and I chaga tea 3 days in a row, and then I drank that mountain tea right in behind that on the third day. After that, I was done. I was cured. There was no problem. My wife still another 2 weeks, and she was still taking the antibiotics and everything else. So is that a testimony to chaga and that mountain tea? All I know is that, George, if you're watching, man, I'm getting mighty low. I need to smoke some more.
Yeah, well, the chaga tea is definitely known for its antioxidant power for sure. The mountain house tea, the Greek tea, he sent me a bag with it too there a while back, and I love it too. I really enjoyed that mountain tea though. I was out the one time out in the bush, and I'd taken a couple of tangerines with me, and I don't know why, but I had the mountain house tea was steeping in the teapot that I had out, and I was peeling a tangerine, and I thought, I wonder. So I threw the tangerine slices into the teapot as well, into the kettle with that tea. Oh my God. I'm hooked on that now. Anytime I have that mountain house tea, I peel an orange and I throw the peelings in with it. But I know it's got a lot of health benefits, and congestion and stuff is one of them.
Yeah, it reminded me of what I call stinkweed. When I was out there cutting grass, I would hit something that would smell so bad. It had a little lemony flavor, a smell to it.
Yeah.
But it stunk. It's kind of like a skunk and lemon. That's the only way I know to describe it. When you drink, I'm not going to say it's undesirable. It's actually a flavor that I think that I can definitely get used to. Evidently, I have, because I still drink it. I've been using it very, very sparingly.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way.
It's something that I can drink that I don't have to add anything to. No honey or sugar or anything like that.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's definitely, it's good on its own for sure, absolutely. But I just find throwing the orange peels in it gives it more of that citrus, kind of a citrus flavor to it, which is really nice. But
it's got that smell. Really does have that. I don't know how to describe it. It's a stinkweed. That's all I know is you hit it, and you know it when you hit it. When you run up with a lawnmower, you can definitely smell it.
Yeah. I think I kind of know what you mean.
It's not like that here. It's not like a polecat. It's not like a skunk, that type of smell. It's just a very strong. Would I be correct in saying a rotten lemon? Would that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, we got some like stuff like that.
Something like that right there. Mix some fresh grass in there with it. It's got that unique smell.
Yeah,
but it's very, very enjoyable to drink. Check my mushrooms again. I think we're almost done cooking now.
Corey, can you give me a glass of water or a bottle of water?
But I know people that drink a bottle of water so much that they only particular, they like certain brands because they can actually taste the plastic in the water.
Yes. Well,
I don't have that effect. I drink it straight out the tap. And I look at them and I tell them, I said, I will never pay for water because that water coming out my faucet is a lot cleaner than the water that comes out of any pond or creek, anything like that. And they look at me like, ugh.
I drink real Canadian water.
I have no idea what that is. Hey, send me a snowball in a glass.
Yeah, there we go. I'm sending you another bottle. Yeah, no, it's just one of the. We had all different kinds, but this stuff here, it's just because here in St. John we drink a lot of bottled water because we're basically on the side of not a mountain, but New Brunswick is very rocky and it's a gradual. Like if you go from the north coming down to the south where we are, you're coming down a mountain. So St. John is basically built on rocks all over the place, and we end up with water boils all the time because being our water supply comes from a lake, which is not far from where Wayne and I go with our base camp. So if we get a huge heavy rain, it stirs up all the muck and stuff into it. We have water boils on all the time, so we just buy bottled water. And we got the big, the big 18-liter water bottles and the water cooler thingy and everything out in the kitchen.
All right, darling, everything's ready. Have go fix it.
Go ahead and fix your
Just
plate.
leave me a hamburger and a few mushrooms. I told them the food's ready. I'm the only one that cooks in this house. I don't understand it. Either I'm that good a cook or my wife is just that lazy.
Oh, it's probably cooking.
Well, to be honest, we've been together almost about 4 years now. And I think my wife has cooked of 8 times.
Really? I thought you guys were together a lot longer than that. You seem to be.
Well, we were actually together before we got married, so it's a little bit longer than that. But actual official marriage, about 4 years. Ain't that right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, thought so.
It's like Tara and I. We've been 16 years now that we've been together. Celebrating 16 years this year. So we're not officially married, but we may as well be.
Hey, that's common law Canadian marriage, and being that I'm here, then I'm the president of the Green Cup Club, and I hereby officially can marry you two here on YouTube.
Well, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny because we've always started around and said that if we ever did, do the marriage thing, we're not doing the big wedding and all that. We've always started and said we're just going to save up the money and take a trip and go somewhere down south or something like that. Just elope.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's just so much cheaper. Like I was saying earlier, my sister's getting married this weekend, and oh my God, the last year has just been crazy, and the money and stuff like that. It's not worth it anymore. Our thing really, when it comes down to it, like Tara and I, we look at it as being, she was married before and everything too, and it's like, really, what is marriage today? It's just a piece of paper that gives your wife the right to use your name or vice versa. Really, to me, it doesn't signify anything. It's just more money. You have to pay to the government.
It's a legal document that your wife eventually can sit there and make money off of, or lawyers can.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the biggest thing for us, especially here in Canada right now with everything that's going on in the economy and all that kind of stuff. It's just, that's why we've always said that, there's no sense. We'll just turn around and take a trip and go somewhere and elope, and that'll be it. But who knows? It may happen. It may not happen. But money's just too friggin' tight nowadays to turn around and get married. Like I say, with everything going on in the economy, it ain't getting any better. And then all this other stuff.
Now, and it's not. I don't think it's really going to get any better. I mean,
no.
Like here in the States, we got 2 choices. I mean, we're gonna either vote for Hillary or Trump. So what do you do?
What do you
do?
What do you think about that? your personal opinion.
I don't like getting into politics here on YouTube
Me neither.
or
Me
religion,
neither.
but I will say this. We've got a bona fide criminal that cannot be charged for any crime.
Yeah.
Who is totally exonerated for every evil thing she's ever done.
Yeah.
And we've got a billion trillionaire who knows how to make money, and he knows the system. So it's kind of like this. The best, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion,
Yeah.
the best, what am I trying to say? The best game warden to catch those that are doing illegal hunting is a former crook, now turned game warden.
Yes.
So if he's honest in doing what he says he can do, he can actually turn his economy around, I feel like. But then again, you're putting a criminal one side that doesn't get, who's not ever going to be charged for any crime. And you've got a trillionaire, billionaire, what do you want to call him, that made his money off of deals and, shady deals and this, that, and the other by riding the system. I don't see the difference. I know that Donald Trump is, when he gets elected, he's going to make money off his presidency. He's going to make money. There's no doubt about it.
Oh yeah. He
But as long as he's
making money.
If he can pull the United States out of the so-called debt, and that's my question, how in the hell did we end up owing China money? Who did that? What individual signed that piece of paper saying, yes, we're going to get debt to you? Who did that? That individual should be financially responsible for paying it all back, because that's the taxpayers' money he gambled with, and he lost that bet.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That's what I feel. Because the head of the house, yourself, if you make $300 a week, your kids want to go out and watch a movie, $10 a head, or say $7 a head, whatever the case may be, plus the popcorn and soda pop. You know what kind of price tag that's going to be to watch one movie. And then you say, you know what, we can't go out and watch this movie. We'll go rent a DVD.
Yeah.
Our presidents do not do that. They're spending our money like it's free money.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't get it.
That's the thing I've been watching a lot about, and researching and watching the news and stuff. That's the whole thing with it. It blows my mind too. But the best way I heard it explained about what's going on in the States right now with the election was I was on Facebook actually with a buddy of mine the other day, and it was somebody, a friend of his from the States, turned around and put it, well, we got one that we can vote for, that we can have the apocalypse way, way, way down the road, or we can vote for somebody we're going to have the apocalypse in the near future. So who do we vote for? It's kind of up in the air. But my thing is that I used to be huge, like when I was back in the business and stuff, I was huge pro-Trump and everything else. But just from what I've been watching on the news and stuff like that, the stuff that's going on, scratch my head sometimes with some of the stuff that comes out of his mouth. But calling us the northern Mexicans and stuff like that, I still don't know what that was all about, where that came from. I was just more curious.
My thing is just it's as simple as this. Jesse Ventura said something when he was governor, and he said, according to him, he walked into a room, and wall to wall there were books, and they were all law books, and he looked at these new laws coming in for him to be signed, and he said, well, how many of these laws that are on these walls right now are actually being enforced? And they said very few.
Yeah.
He said, why in the world are we conducting new laws when we can't even perform or carry out the laws that have already been passed? Why are we taking in new laws now?
Yeah.
The trick behind that, just my opinion now, is the fact that somebody's able, and they utilize that so-called new law as a loophole to get rich.
Yeah.
there's no reason for us to be involved in wars of other countries.
No,
Why?
no.
ISIS was not even invented until after 9/11. Yes,
Yeah.
they came overnight. Overnight, the term appeared.
Yeah.
I mean, really, we never heard nothing about them until that one instance. The debt that the government could not account for as far as the expenditure of the money, the taxpayers' money, supposedly was all in the Pentagon in that one room that got hit and blown up. It's just, there's no accountability. And an official, nobody got fired during the 9/11 crisis. Nobody got reprimanded. Nobody got in trouble. There was always a blame for this person, that person. Nobody got in trouble.
Yeah.
My job, if I lose $20 out of the till, dude, either I'm gonna have to pay that $20 myself or I'm gonna lose my job. Severe accountability in the local laws of our own jobs, but in our own government, it's like, heck, we can hide it in paperwork.
Yeah, the same thing. Same things here in Canada is the same way. That happens all the time, and you just sit back and you shake your head, and you're kind of like you say, it's the same way. You look at it as your own work experience. It's like, well, wait a minute, if I was to do that, oh my God, I'd lose my job or whatever. But they do it all the time. But the same thing with the laws here. It's so flippin' different. That's the thing that I say all the time, and people laugh at me. I honestly do, believe it or not. I say all the time, I wish our laws were a lot like they are in the States. And people are like, oh my God, are you crazy? I'm like, our law, at least in the States, it seems like a lot of the laws are pretty much the same no matter what state you go to. Like, I know your Second Amendment, your firearms law, like every state kind of has their own little, yeah, you can carry concealed, no, you can't carry concealed or whatever, for a prime example.
Yeah.
When you take gun, just that in itself, the gun laws here in Canada, oh my God, it changes from, like, we're licensed, we have to have an FAC, you have to take a course, write a test, pass the exam, you get your FAC permit, comes from the RCMP office, which is all across Canada. So that just basically gives you the right to buy a firearm coast to coast. But then when you get down to your province, every province is different on how you can turn around and use that firearm. Like they kind of follow a guideline of what the federal government says, but it gets down to certain provinces have different laws and different things, right down to actual municipal. Like here in St. John, you can turn around and own a firearm, or not a firearm, but you can own a handgun. But in the city of St. John, if you turn around and take your handgun from your house to the range, which is the only place you can use it at, you got to have a license that's set out by the municipal government that gives you the right to transport that handgun from your house to the range. Yet if you're in Ontario, as long as you have the license to possess the handgun, you can go to the range and don't need another license. It's like it's so messed up. That's the part of it.
That sounds like y'all are having the same problem that we've got with California. California needs to be their own nation. They need to be their own country, because every law that's ever passed in California eventually feeds back into the other states.
And that's the funniest part, because up here, a lot of the laws actually fall along that same route. And it's funny because I hear people all the time here, and actually, we were just up at the cabin last weekend, and we had this conversation about talking about those e-cigarettes, the electronic cigarettes, and how they banned them now here. That you can't, you still got to be 15 feet away from a door front. You can't use them in a restaurant or bingo hall or all that kind of stuff. And everybody's arguing like, well, there is no harm, and blah blah blah. And there was talk about California had turned around and looked at, and they're looking at changing their law with them, that you will be able to use them in restaurants and everything. And people here are like, well, we'll have to wait and see what California does. And it's like, that's pretty sad when it does make sense. California makes so many weird rules in the States for that state alone. But it's weird how many of those laws actually filter up here, believe it or not, into Canada and become law here in Canada. It's really weird. It's like our lawmakers look at the states and go, all right, well, they did it. We like that one, so we'll do it. Well, no, we don't like that one, so we won't do it. It just blows my mind. That's like...
Well, that's one good thing about our is the fact that they stood against, when it comes to the gun laws, Mississippi is one of them. You know, we believe in conceal and carry.
Yeah.
We will not allow the United States government to take our firearms. However, you know, states that are very close to us are very much in for that. You know, what can you do? These are people that supposedly were elected making the decisions for the people.
Yeah.
And it may not be, you know, it may not be the majority of the people. Why can't they go and actually, with today's technology, any laws to be passed or proposed, why can't it not be voted upon by the public?
Yes.
It's very simple, very easy to do.
Yes.
We have what we call electoral votes, which is totally redundant now. Back in the day, it pretty much was necessary.
Yeah,
but now it's not. It should be a popular vote.
I agree. And that just happened here, actually. Oh, God, it happened 10 years ago now. But here in Canada, I'm assuming you guys have in the States too, but here in Canada, we have what's called Crown land. And any land that's owned like by the government or like the provincial government or whatever, it's called Crown land. And it's supposed to be the land of the people. That you know, the people can go onto it, you can camp on it, you can use it, you can do whatever. But here about 10 years ago, they signed all the Crown land in New Brunswick over to J.D. Irving, which is our oil producer that we have here in the East Coast, and basically signed all rights and all management of all Crown land to Irving, and never once did they turn around and consult the people or ask the people about what we thought. And it just came out there about, oh God, it was probably about a year ago. And it still shows that they have another 12 years left to the release before it comes back up for renewal or whatever. And that was all the government of New Brunswick.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
You going to bed? This is on video. Just wait. School can't.
Gotta go to bed. School's coming soon.
But we got kids that got to go to school tomorrow. They're still awake. It's almost 10:30 here.
You guys got school tomorrow? They're not on summer break?
First day of school.
Schools ought to keep kids until they're 21, and then once they turn 21, they ought to go straight in the military or something, get a job somewhere else.
So your kids start school, back to school tomorrow?
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
When did they get out of school?
May the 22nd.
Oh wow, you guys get out of school a whole month before ours do, and go back a month before ours do.
Really? Oh, so y'all don't start till what, September?
Yeah, ours go back at September 7th, and they were out June. They never got out of school until June 24th.
And Timmy got school. You must be up north somewhere. Yeah,
He ain't from North, baby.
No, I said he's moved.
Oh, he's down there from the end of Mexico. I don't know what you talking about. Don't you hear his Mexican accent?
Yeah, now. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, we way down here. Way down here, you kind of go down and around and then go back way up again. And we're way up here, you know, I got my computer plugged into my Eskimo snowball.
Yeah, he's down there from the South Pole.
I just had to ask.
No, you don't know who this is, do you? That's Peter.
Yeah.
The one I sent the Stanley Adventure Camp. Right. He's from Canada.
Okay. Yeah.
I share the state border. I share the state's border with Maine. You know,
that's right.
That part that's still part of the states. It's not part of Canada. It's part of the U.S. of A. That little state called Maine. We border the state of Maine.
I was actually in Maine there for twice in my life. And let me back up here. I'd say 9 years ago.
Oh yeah,
more close to 9. And Maine is not a truck driver friendly area. Neither is New York.
No. That's I had a laugh. I've had it since been on YouTube. I had a few people. Oh my! I had to laugh. There was somebody. It was way down in Brownsville, Texas. I was talking with this girl one time, back and forth, and she was asking where I was from, and I said, "Oh, from New Brunswick, Canada." And she's like, "New Brunswick, Canada? You guys got electricity up there?" I'm like, "What do you mean? Do we got electricity?" Like, sure we do. I said, "We're right on the state of Maine." State of Maine. They were like, don't you guys call that a province? I'm like, no, Maine is in the U.S. Like, you guys own Maine. Oh, I thought Maine was like part of Canada. I'm like, no, that's pretty bad. You know you're from way, way, way down south when you don't even know what your own states are.
I just had a friend of mine that moved back from Williamston, North Dakota. She didn't like it. She's from this area, but she moved up there, and so she was so glad. She said when she got back south.
Yeah, it was probably too cold for her up there. That's starting to get into like another weather.
She said the weather was crazy.
Yeah, like that's what gets me is some of the, like, especially like you guys and then Donnie and that, saying some of the temperatures, some of the times of the weather temperature you guys get down there. Oh my God, that would just.
Sometimes it's like 100.
I'd be hiding in an ice box. Well, that's like here right now.
Yes, we got the mosquito bugs down here. Shoot, this place is so big.
Oh yeah, well we got mosquitoes here, but they're not big like you guys get down there. I was just checking like the weather network here right now. I'd probably say just like come up.
Jeez.
Yeah, like right now it's showing that outside for us it's what is it here? Where am I? Hey, it just flipped on. Trying to get this one. I can get what the Fahrenheit is.
type in the zip code 39362.
Okay.
So right now, here in St. John, New Brunswick, it's 16 Celsius, which would be, click on the Fahrenheit thing here, that's 61 Fahrenheit.
Wow, that's cool.
That's good. But you can type in our zip code 39362 and you can see what our
Yeah, for us, that's hot. Like, yeah, you guys, where am I here? This is, Canadian one's a little weird. Mississippi.
It's on the Weather Channel.
How far are you from Mississippi City? You guys far from Mississippi City?
Mississippi what?
Mississippi, Sydney.
Yeah, this
We're
thing
not-
comes up, it says Mississippi City, Mississippi. Where the hell is
Yeah,
that?
we're Mississippi. Way down south.
Oh, so that's too far south. Well, it's saying,
Mississippi.
yeah, you're in Mississippi, aren't you?
Yeah, we're in Mississippi.
State
Yeah.
line, Mississippi.
39362.
That's what I was trying to think of. State line, Mississippi. That's it.
Yeah.
State line, Mississippi. I got it coming up now.
There it is. State line, Mississippi.
It is showing my second forever to load.
Yeah, mine's taking forever.
Must be that. Mine's that slow Mississippi internet.
Holy shit! It's showing that the state line, Mississippi's 82 Fahrenheit feels like 108. What it's telling me right now.
Yeah.
Compared to 61 here.
Our heat index is usually 120 to 140.
Wow. So if I
That's why I don't get out.
yeah, see, I click over. That's oh my god, yeah, it's my way of looking at the temperature. It says 28 Celsius. Feels like 42. Man,
Ours.
it hits 28
Yeah,
here in the daytime up at our cabin, and it's like we're in the river.
It's saying that we're at 82 right now, 82 degrees Fahrenheit. Feels like 91.
Wow.
Well, somebody lied. It feels
Yeah.
closer to 100.
Yeah, well, the weather. I'm using the Weather Network, and the Weather Network turns on and has it at saying that it feels like 108 in State Line, Mississippi right now, and it's only 61 Fahrenheit here.
That's probably. I didn't.
And I mean, for that 61 Fahrenheit here, like I'm sitting here, I've got the window wide open and everything else, and I'm like, I'm not sweating, but I'm warm.
Wow.
So I know if I ever go down there, I got to turn around and
We
bring
got
one of those air conditioners to fit around your neck.
We definitely have the AC going right now.
Yeah. Oh my God. No, that's hot, man. That is hot. Wow. No wonder you guys get all the creepy critters. That's why we don't get them up here. All the snakes and all that stuff to have to worry about. Scorpions.
We've got mosquitoes that the size of Volkswagen Beetles.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying before. We got mosquitoes, but not that bad, not that big. But that's one of the things Wayne and I were joking around about one time. We were talking about you and Donnie Pavellini and stuff like that. And said, you know, talking about get down there someday. I kind of looked that way, and I'm like, yeah, but we definitely have to upgrade our sleeping bags and stuff like that. He's like, Yeah, that's the weird thing. He said, I don't know if I could do that. If I could stay out in the bush and stuff like that, I'd be too goddamn worried all night that the snake could climb into the sleep bag or some poisonous spider or a scorpion or something.
We definitely got critters. There's no doubt about it. Creepy crawlies, you name it.
I don't know how you guys do it. Well, I guess if you grow up with it or whatever, like you guys have, you're used to it, right?
But our wintertime gets kind of cold to us, but it's very, very mild compared to what y'all have. So I suppose it would be like you guys coming, you and Cole coming down here. I'm gonna say our intermediate cold would probably be like a summertime to y'all.
Oh, yeah, probably more than likely.
There's no bugs. You know, all the bugs and creepy crawlies are gone.
Yeah. Well, that's like here. We laugh because we get the cruise ships coming into the harbor from down south and stuff like that. They come in from, you know, I don't know where, but I know they're like down in the Caribbean and stuff like that, and down south, like down by you guys and stuff like that. And we can always tell here in town in the middle of the summertime, you'll see them crop cruise ships, and they got friggin' basically we call them winter parkas, but they turn around and get on, and it's like, oh my God, like, are you crazy? Like, you must be sweating to death. And then realize, well, no, wait a minute, you know, our summer weather, and we're sweating to death, to them is probably like their winter, middle of the winter time.
That's right.
Which makes sense why when we talk about, like, I don't know, Donnie mentioned that about my cold weather dress, and you know, him and I were chatting there one time, and he asked about, you know, what's the coldest I've ever been out? And I'm like, Donnie, coldest I've ever been out is minus 65 with the wind chill. So that's Celsius. So that would be, I'm trying to think, what would it be, minus 65. Cody, type in your computer. Oh, you already turned it on. Yeah, all right, night company. Minus 65.
That just sounds cold.
Fahrenheit. It's like, what? Minus 80. What is it here? Maybe like minus 85 Fahrenheit. Yeah, minus 65 Celsius. It's the coldest I've ever been out when I was in the Arctic. That's minus 85 Fahrenheit. Our average.
There's no way I survive that.
Yeah, our average winter is about minus 30, which would be like minus 22 Fahrenheit. That's cold.
Yeah. Very.
Well, I don't know. Well, what would 5 be? 5 Fahrenheit. That's extremely cold for you?
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
Yeah.
Here we're at the state line compared to where I used to drive when I drove a truck all over the United States. If they get a dusting of snow here in our area, there are more wrecks than you can imagine.
Oh my God!
Because
yeah.
what it is, they don't know how to drive in snow. Period. Point blank. And as soon as you get snow to hit the ground, everybody decides to get in their vehicle and start driving to see the sights, and they don't know how to drive in it.
Because we've never seen snow hardly.
Yeah. Well, you've seen that video I put on my
Memphis,
channel.
Tennessee.
I was going to say, you've seen that video I put on my channel that time where I had snowbanks at my front door that I couldn't even see over.
Yeah, is that the one when you open up the door is a mountain of snow?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep.
I couldn't. I'm 6'2", and I couldn't see over the snowbank when I stepped out the door. I couldn't see the road. That's how bad it was. Yeah. Oh yeah, we get snow up here. That's for sure.
So I'm 6'2" and supposedly a quarter. I think I shrunk since then.
Yeah. But no, what I was saying before, minus 5 Fahrenheit for you guys, that's like perfect winter camping conditions for Wayne and I.
I like when it gets down at night, I like it around, say, about 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That's very, very comfortable.
Yeah, that's 15 Celsius.
But then again, I'm very hot natured too. It doesn't take it. I can handle the cold a lot better than I can the heat.
Yeah, me too.
But now when the wind's blowing, that's a whole different ball game right there. That wind has a way of driving that cold in places it ain't supposed to be.
My perfect temperature that I like, that I have set, would be 50 Fahrenheit for you guys, which would be 10 Celsius to us. That's my optimum. I'm out in the bush. I sleep like a baby at -10 or at 10 Celsius, which would be 50 Fahrenheit. But yeah, no, the weather's definitely totally different. It's amazing though, but it's that much different. And I mean, really, when you think about it, you guys aren't that far from us either. I mean, what was it? I think I looked up before. For me to drive from here to State Line, Mississippi, you can do it in, I think it was just a little over a day, like 26 hours or something like that.
Yeah. Something like that, yeah. Well, when I was driving a truck, because we were governed to go a certain speed limit, but from California to New Jersey, to Jersey City, New Jersey, would take 3 days, but you had to stop, take your breaks, that type of thing.
Yeah, you're only
it could easily be done in 2 days. Constant driving, it could be easily done in 2 days.
Yeah. Like I'm just looking here now. This thing never loads up. Like when I looked before, it was 26 hours, somewhere like that. So, oh, here we go. So 4. Oh my God, this chat thing really slows the computer down. So from my front door.
I think I got full off of motion.
All right, here
He said he did.
Whew.
So,
now my thing is, once you start driving it, your butt tells you something different.
yeah. Oh, yeah, State Line, Mississippi. From my front door, it turns around and says is 28 hours. It's 1,785 miles.
Wow. A little over a day.
Yeah, a little over a day. Now, I usually find using Google Maps, we usually turn around and like even going through Canada when we go up to Ontario, where we used to live before. It says it takes like 21 hours, but we usually do it in about 16 to 18 hours. So that's why I say probably, definitely within a day or whatever for sure. But
that's wild.
Yeah. It's wild to think of the difference on the temperature. Like that's what blows my mind.
And I feel for those folks on the equator. Oh man.
Oh yeah, they get it all year round. No, Mississippi's definitely, it's one thing that's on my bucket list. Is to turn around and get down there. I was hoping that I was going to make it down for the rendezvous this year, but that didn't work. Not going to work out the way I hope. But it's definitely in the pocketbook for next year, hopefully.
Yeah, me and Kathy were sitting there wondering that too, man. I'm gonna sit there and shed some tears when I see you in person.
Yeah. Well, I turned around and last year when you guys had that rendezvous, I was turning around singing to Wayne. I was talking to Wayne about it. I said it'd be kind of cool if we could have went down like this year. But he's like, yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I'm like, oh, I can just see it now. Manland and Donnie, they'd be in their glory. We turned around and made it down, but it didn't work out that well on the cards this year. But I've turned around and already started putting, not a whole lot, but I started a savings account, dropping a couple of bucks in here and there. So hopefully I'll make it down next year.
Well, we got our fingers crossed that y'all can. I'd love to get up in that area, but there's no way I can right now. The job I'm at.
Yeah,
Well, I'm just above minimum wage in this area.
yeah. Well, that's the thing right there. Like I said, it's money's the big thing. Like she just got back to work herself. She's working for auto parts store here in St. John, but she's doing okay. But it's keep her head above the water. The pay from YouTube was a big thing. When I got that last month, I was just like, yes, finally, I've achieved a goal. But it'll probably be about another 2 months before I get another one. Because I've turned around and gone in and, well, I've set my cap higher than that $100 cap thing that they have. So, and then of course the part that really pissed me off is that I always thought, and I was being dumb, I thought they paid it out in American funds. So I was thinking when I first got the notice I was getting the pay, I'm like, oh yes, because where the exchange rate now for us is so crappy. I was thinking, yeah, this is cool. And then I got it. No, it was Canadian funds because we're in Canada and we're a Canadian channel. We get paid Canadian funds, and I'm like, well, that kind of sucks. Oh yeah, well right now it would have been almost double. But if that had been American funds, but oh well. I'm just blown away.
Since I've been on YouTube, and I watch other people's channels, and I'm talking about way back when I was like at 42 subscribers, I looked at people's channel like they were actual celebrities, and I was thinking, wow, you know, if I ever get a chance to meet these people, it's going to blow me away, you know. And it just so happened that I met Donnie, and I thought, man, Donnie, you know, this is a famous YouTuber. But in my caliber, Donnie was very famous.
Yeah.
And I met him, and it blowed me away that he was just so much like me. He's very polite. He is pretty much like you see him on his channel.
Mm-hmm.
And I told Donnie, I said, I'm not that way. I put on a character when I'm on YouTube. However, you met me in person, and I'm still playing that character because I don't know how else to be in front of people I've never met before.
Yeah.
Local, strange stuff like that. You know, I'm just me. I'm not hilarious. I'm quiet. I actually have an introverted personality, that type of thing. And Donnie looked at me and says, man, I don't believe that. Martin says, I just can't believe that. I said, well, it's true.
No, me neither.
And, you know, the people at work where I work at, they see me every single day. And for the longest time, they had not watched my YouTube channel. And when they watched the YouTube channel, they said, oh, my God, said he, you know, he is hilarious. You know, we've never seen this part of him before. I said, because it's an act. It's a YouTube personality that I put out there.
Yeah.
And when I went to Rendezvous the first time, I did not know how to act. I said, do I walk out there in the manland character? Do I walk out there as myself? Or do I walk out there as a third person, you know, that nobody understands or knows? And it was kind of a mixture of all three in a way, because cameras were rolling, you know, this cell phone was going over there, you know, and I felt like I had a reputation to uphold, and this, that, and the other. And finally, it was just, I was actually where I was seeing these people like Windham Woodcraft, you know. I was like, whoa, brother Chris, you know.
Oh, Windham.
Whoa, you know, here's Mark from Germany.
Chris Layton.
Oh, yeah, Windham, yeah.
Yeah, we've kept with Chris Layton out
just
here.
Blown away. You know, I don't know how to react, or didn't know how to react to people that I admired and looked up to.
I know it's hard, and like that's like myself. Like, I mean, as you know, Wayne and I do a lot of compilations together and stuff like that all the time. And it's the same way. I get people all the time saying to me, "Oh my God, you're so lucky to get through camp with Cold Craven." And I'm thinking, to me, Cold Craven and I physically are like, we talk every day. Like Cold Craven and I are like two buddies that are brothers. Like he's the brother I never had. And he said the same thing, vice versa. So like, so we go out, and it's just, I don't know. It's, to me, when I look at him on camera, he's the same way as he is in person. To a point, I guess. Well, no, I guess in a way, yeah, he's a little more shy and step back, believe it or not, in real life. But I don't know. It's weird. It's I got, well, the big thing for me is like this meetup that's coming up here in Nova Scotia on August 19th that we're going down to, and Alan Howell turned around and put on the thing. Oh, we got famous bushcrafter and YouTube celebrity, Cole Craven Bushcraft, FS Bushcraft, Mike Barton, and all these different ones coming to the rendezvous. And you know, FS Bushcraft's going to be doing a training seminar on cold weather dress, and you know, all this stuff. And I was looking at it like, I'm not famous. I'm just Peter of FS Bushcraft. I don't know how to react to it either. It's like, how do I react to it? Like, I'm not a big channel. Like, you know, I'm sitting with what, close to 900 subs or whatever it is. I don't even look half the time. You know, and Wayne's got, you know, 14,000. And I'm like, if anybody's famous, Wayne's famous. He's been on TV. You know, he's done this, done that, and everything else. But they're like, oh, famous YouTubers, and I'm like, I ain't famous. I'm just the guy next door, you know, out here trying to have some fun and, you know, meet some cool people. And, you know, that's like Tara Farley's another one. Tara Farley turned around for the longest time. And, you know, she turned around and was going on about Cody and wanting a picture in that. Cody turned around and sent her a picture that he signed and the whole bit. You know, she sent this big message. And she got it up on her office wall at their business. And she told me I had to send her another one because when he becomes famous, she's going to sell the original one to make money. You know? It's so cool, and I mean, to me, you know, it's kind of cool. It makes you feel good, but I'm not famous.
I feel the same exact way. Donnie keeps telling me all the time, says, Mark, do you realize how popular you are? And I'm like, no. He says, man, people are talking about you left and right. Says, they love you. I said, well, where's the subs at? You know, because I'm looking at a certain amount of subs. Where are they at? You know, I don't see it. Well, where's the views? Where's the views per video? So he's looking at a standpoint where he's trying to catch up to where I'm at. I'm looking at Donnie like he's way up above me, and we're more or less exalting each other and trying to figure out what does it take to get to be famous. Me, I don't want to be famous. I'm out there, just like you said, I'm out there to have fun.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm hearing negative comments. I'm hearing positive comments. The positive outweigh the negatives.
Yeah.
Totally outweigh it.
We got Bushcraft Edibles in central Wisconsin just sent a message here and asked if you found some knives yet. Do you know what that's about?
I know where he's coming from right there. I just seen the message. Yeah, I've got my Aircord US neck knife, and I've got the Ranger cookie cutter, I call it, and I've got my pocket knife, so I'm almost ready to do the video now. No, but he tagged me in three of my what is your 3 favorite knives?
Oh, okay. Now, I was going to say, I do have to say, like, that's funny, like you say popularity yourself, and it's not just because, I can tell, it's not just because of you and I talking, and, you know, the things that you've sent me and I've sent you and everything else, but I do have to say that when I check my messages every morning, in my inbox, in my email, as soon as I see Manland, I always click on your videos first. Always click on your videos first. And the reason being is that I know that every time I watch one, I'm going to have a good laugh. And to me, that's the best way to start the day, is with a good laugh. And that's what I love about it. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, I do. I love your channel. I love your channel, and I love your videos just because of that factor. You put so much, and you can tell that you put so much thought and editing, and to the point. I've said it before. I've said it to Wayne. I've said it to many people. I get jealous because it's like I have a computer background, and it's like everybody seems to do videos like the video editing and stuff better than I do, and it's like, man, I wish I could edit videos like that or take the time to put it in. But it's just you can tell you put a lot of work into your videos, and it comes out in the video to me, with the comedy and all that kind of stuff. And to me, that's what we're on here trying to do. It's have fun and share knowledge at the same time. I just can't get the comedy because I say goddamn turn around too much, and I make people dizzy.
Well, at least you're not as bad as Ranger Cookie and that selfie stick.
Oh God, he's another
Cookie
one. I
is-
can't.
Ranger,
He's kooky.
he is exactly as he appears on YouTube. And to get him to calm down and actually talk to you, you have to get away from YouTube and talk about a totally different subject before he actually calms down.
Yeah, I was gonna
And,
say, is he like
God-
that in real life?
He is pretty much the living. Before I met him, Donnie told me in a message before I even met Ranger Cookie. I said, Donnie, Ranger's coming to see me. I'm going to tell you something. I said, he is not as he seems. He's really intelligent. I said, he's not like the person he portrays on YouTube. I was like, oh, okay, so he's playing a character just like I am, And then he shows up at the store with this Larry character on his hand, starts talking to me. And I kind of I played it off like, okay, it's kind of like me. I don't know how to react to somebody because either I'm going to be myself, I'm going to be the character, right? And he's full-fledged with this Larry Pepper. I mean, full-fledged. And I'm thinking, this dude is freaking insane, man. Somebody help me. And just come to find out, he's living the character when he's there in person.
Yeah.
Because he does suffer from this dyslexia and all this kind of stuff, but brilliant. The guy is freaking brilliant. Dude, he sat there and showed me magic tricks here in my home that just blew my mind and did it like a true professional magician,
Wow.
knows his stuff. But when he gets into the realms of fantasy about his versions of, say, Batonic Wood, I can see where he's coming from, and it kind of makes sense in a way. But he's like testing his own ideas, but he's doing it verbally in front of everybody, and he's doing it in front of himself to say, okay, this either works or it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
he doesn't realize he's coming across as a professional. Want to be a professional, but at the same time, he's for the first time.
It's under this chair.
In his mind, it works. It should work. It's guaranteed to work. Why doesn't it work? And then he doesn't understand why it doesn't work. And then he comes back and says, well, that did, and he's a handful. He really is.
Yeah,
But
he's
very,
definitely-
very damn.
He reminds me. He reminds me of a lot from what I've seen of him on video. And I mean, I've never met him. I've never talked to him or anything, other than comments or whatever. But my biggest thing I get from him is that overall, he reminds me of a guy that's got a heart of gold. That he would give his shirt off his back to see somebody else
Right.
have it that before him. So that's why, like I said, when I first started watching him, watching some of his videos and stuff like that, I was like, oh my god, like I can't believe this guy says stuff that he says, and stuff that comes out of his mouth and stuff like that. But the more and more I watch him, and him turning on and showing up on your videos and Donnie's videos and stuff like that, turning on and seeing him more and more, it's like, this guy's really cool. He looks like he would be the life of the party, and that he's got a heart of gold and would do anything for anybody and the whole bit. But it just sometimes he's so hyper, and trying to follow some of his videos sometimes I've actually had to stop watching some of it because I'm like, all right, I'm just lost. Like, where was this going?
Well, it's like, all right, Bushcraft and Wild Edibles just asked me the question, how are my videos? You're so good. You are so good. Any advice? Okay. I've had Donnie ask me that question. I've had Ranger ask me that question. I've had a few other people on YouTube ask me the question and they don't know. I am just being myself in the world of fantasy, and I'm going to say in the world of make-believe. I love Ernest P. Worrell, and most people recognize that. But they don't recognize Jonathan Winters. I've got a lot of Jonathan Winters improv in there. I've got some Red Skelton mixed in there. Laurel and Hardy, that type of routine. I told Donnie when we first met, we were so much like Tim Conway and Roger Corman. It was just unreal. Right. Donnie is so easy to work with in a video. You give him just a general outline of what you're trying to do, and he improvs like a pro. I turn myself more to Tim Conway. Like I don't shut up. Donnie knows when to be quiet, and then when he does speak, he'll stump me. I don't have nothing else to say. He will stump me every single time, and it's so hilarious. It's absolutely fantastic. He can come up with sayings. One of his videos here lately, he was supposedly talking to his grandma. He's like, well, Grandma, do you need both boots for that? Oh, you do? Just he catches you off guard. The first time we were actually shooting a video together, and it was on his camera at the end of it, on his channel. He says, Mark, if you don't mind, I want to shoot a video with you from my channel. I said, sure, man, no problem. And he turned the camera on, and he just started talking like we've been talking for an hour. Yeah, Mark, by the way, a good friend of mine, says, his girlfriend sat there and, had him arrested for rape and everything. And I'm like, okay, I can play into this. I think he's doing one of his improv right now. And he was talking like it was a serious subject. And I'm thinking, man, what part of left field did this come from, And then he hit me with a punchline. And I realized I had been had right there live and in person. I'd done been had. I couldn't see it. I could not see it coming.
Yeah.
He is a master of it. He is really good at what he does.
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
He's like great student guy. He's got like the suit and the tie on, and you never expect this individual to actually, take the tie off and be a regular guy. That's how he portrays himself on YouTube, and I think it's masterful. He is perfect at what he does.
Yep.
Me, I have my own sense of humor. Go back and I look at the old retro, like I say, Red Skelton, the old skits, Jonathan Winters, the improv, and I come up with an idea in my head. And it's not necessarily a script because, like I say, I can edit. I love to edit my videos. And if y'all were to see the behind the scenes of me cussing and fussing because I couldn't get a line right.
Oh man, I've had the same. I've had many people say the same thing. Ask me like, Cool Kid Survival today, prime example. But I've had many people like that turn on and ask me, what do you? Go and check my channel. What do you think of my videos? What should I do better? So I'm thinking, man, my videos suck. Like, you're asking me my opinion. Like, I think most of my videos suck. And I've had people, your videos are so great. And you shoot them so well. And I'm like, do you realize every video I put on YouTube, I probably turned around and recorded that cursed video probably about 6, 7, sometimes 8 times. That turned around, I'll be like halfway through. I don't know, prime example, doing a review. I'll be like halfway through the review and I'll be like, I gotta start all over again. And I'll do the same thing. Get about 3/4 of the way. I've been almost to the end and thought, yeah, I got this all wrapped up, and then do something stupid at the end of it. Redo the whole thing all over again. Because my thing is, and that's one of the things Cole's been turning on to tell me for a long time, is that when I shoot most of my stuff, I turn the camera on, I shoot it continuously, where I should try to break it up a little bit more, make it smaller pieces so I don't have to keep doing so much, have to do so much of it over. But no, it's wild. Well, that shout out today that I did for Cool Kid Survival, I shot that twice. Because the first time I totally messed it right up, and I was like, then I've had people ask me to put that in, leave it in there. They want to see it. Because, you know, it's cool to see that side of stuff and everything. And I'm like, I don't know. But I think a lot of it, when I get questions like that, kind of like you were just saying with, you know, Bushcraft and Wild Edibles, asking the same question. My thing is, it's so hard to look at somebody else's channel and give them input on how they're videos are or whatever, because like you said, we're all, I think those of us, how can I put it? Those of us that just, see, here we go, this is like a video. Those of us that are on YouTube, that are in the bushcraft community and everything, we all share the similar likes and the same mindset and everything, but when it comes to our video, our personalities are so much different, and that it comes out in our videos, if you know what I mean. Like, our personality, we all have different unique personalities and stuff, and that's what draws me. It's not necessarily I watch a channel to say learn a new skill or whatever it is. I watch it because to me, it's like sitting down in front of the TV and watching TV. Like I said, watching your channels, you know, I watch because I know I'm going to get a laugh. I know I'm going to laugh if I watch a mainland video. And that's why I love watching them, because it's so funny how you take, like, you know, trying to start a fire with a bow drill, or, you know, drinking pine needle tea for the first time and all that. It's the comedy that you put in behind it. That's what draws me to want to watch the video. Donnie's like you say, he's almost like that. I picture him being out there in a suit and a tie. You know, he seems like he's always so popular. But I don't know.
Hey, Donnie and I are a lot alike when it comes to specs of YouTube. Because he asked me, he says, Mark, do I need to pull back and go into serious bushcraft? Do I need to keep the comedy in there? I said, look, Donnie, let me tell you something. I can't speak for you or anybody else. I'm just going to tell you what I do. There are some doing bushcraft now because they want to be like, you just said his name a while ago. Shoot.
Oh, Cool Kid, or?
No, dadgummit. Bushcraft Martins.
Oh, Mike Barker.
They want to be as famous. Right. Yeah. And I said, you know, I said, Mike, the reason is location. It's not personality. I'm not speaking ill of Mike at all. But Mike does not have the personality that causes me to watch the channel. He's like watching somebody else out there who's kind of a robot, just mouthing the words. But it's location and it's seasons that is going, and the knowledge. Don't get me wrong, but it's not the personality. I don't have any of the experience. I don't have any of the, you know, there's nothing I could teach anybody out there. All I've got to rely on is the personality.
Right.
If I had his knowledge with my personality, I think I would rule the world, you know, as far as YouTube goes. I look at famous channels like Survival Lily, and I'm thinking, okay, this girl here has got an accent. She's a little bit erotic when it comes to the accent. Guys like it.
And that's where it comes.
She's a girl out there doing stuff. I said, but she's not teaching me anything that I don't already know, that I haven't already seen. But she's physically out there doing it. This is her life, but other people are watching it. Now you cannot tell me that I forgot what her subscribers are. but it's a bunch. She's getting close to what, 1 million or something now.
Yeah,
So it's like 500,000, 700,000, whatever it is.
Yep.
I don't remember, but she's getting the audience of the people that's not into bushcraft, that's not into survival.
Mm-hmm.
She's getting the general audience out there across the land watching her. And this is what I'm trying to understand. What is it to get that same reaction? Her friend, Bushcraft Steppy,
yep,
is not a bushcraft. She likes to be outdoors just like I do. But yet,
well,
here you have the same scenario. She's very popular, and you ask yourself why. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not being negative at all. I'm trying to analyze things and trying to understand
I think
what it is about a YouTube personality that gets the.
I think a lot of it when it comes to stuff like that, and I'm just opening up my tube buddy right now for a prime example. And anybody who's listening, if we got people out there listening to us too, the same thing I'll say right at the top. I don't mean any offense to anybody, but my thing is that females on YouTube definitely, because of whatever reason, the trolls out there, whatever the case may be, turn around and draw more subscribers, more views, and everything else of a video. A prime example of this thing with load up is that
I 100% be there.
Yeah, because if you go back, I've got okay. Here it is. Here it's loading up slow because of the lag. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What was it? 6, 7. Come on, scroll down. 7 video. My 8th video back, I turned on and did that one at the innovation battery powered portable shower that Wayne turned on and gave us last year for Christmas. Finally got it up at the cabin.
Right.
Finally turned around and got it set up and working, and we all used it. Now, my wife was in it in a bikini, of course, because we're outside. We're on YouTube. We got to be proud of it. That video.
But that's the point.
That video hit 1,000. I'm sitting right now with 1,257 views on that video, when the majority of my videos only have about 300 views.
Right.
So that tells you something.
Absolutely.
That tells me something right there. Because of the fact that the thumbnail.
That tells you that the thumbnail did it. It was not a fake thumbnail.
No. It was right from the video.
That's right.
Yep. It was
not
right.
A fake thumbnail. There's a lot of them that use that, and there's good channels out there. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of my good friends are using these female photographs or whatever to get people to watch their channel, and they're very successful at it for some reason. But once you get to know them, you realize that's part of it. But you remember the comment I made to you about your wife being the next Soul Survivor X2.
Oh yeah.
You know, your channels. That's the thing that caught my attention when I saw that video, and I said, I looked down there at the head and down at the bottom. I looked at it and said, FSBushcraft? For real? So I had to watch the video to find out what the heck was going on, you know? And I was like blown away.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, it definitely blew me away, that's for sure.
But Peter, all I can say is that I'm a balding, middle-aged man who only has humor if people understand it that's working for him. That's it. That is the only. Well, heck, I can show you that right there. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
it's gone.
Yeah.
You know, and
That's
people,
why I always got a hat on.
I always wear a hat because of YouTube, and I try when I'm on a video, I try not to smoke.
Me
And
neither.
you'll catch me every once in a while, maybe or something, but I try not to smoke when I'm on a YouTube video, and I try not to take my hat off. But it's not because I'm self-conscious about it. It's just the fact that those are just a little bit of tricks and trades that I've learned. Some people are turned off by that in a way. You know, you're trying to please the masses. They want to see somebody with a full head of hair, and they want to see somebody who type of thing. You know, because as soon as they see somebody light one up, they get grossed out.
Yeah,
I don't understand it, but
I agree. I agree. You know what's so funny? I was the same way, and I always tried to do the same thing, and not to bring up a sore spot or or to bring up emotional feelings. But the first time ever that I smoked in a video, and I caught myself smoking in the video, and I thought, well, it's too late now. I'm already smoking. Is when I turned around and did that video for you, for your mom, and it was your sister that made the comment and come back to me and turned around and said, "Oh my God, like that's something my mother used to love to do, was sitting there and blah 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 and listening to the music when I was smoking." I thought, "Oh my God, thank God, because that was the same thing. I always thought because I smoke, I didn't want to smoke in the video because I figured, oh, if I smoked in the video, people are like, oh, you smoke, blah 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 blah, and the whole bit." And that was the first time ever that caught me. But then doing the chat things like this, I can have a cigarette. And I don't know. It's like it's not a video. It's a chat. Now I know it's going to go on YouTube. It's going to be up there. But who's going to watch the whole entire few hours?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head right there. That's why I don't do a lot of live chats.
Yeah,
is because I don't have the power to edit.
Yeah.
And it's not like I've got anything to hide. It's just usually I sit here and start drinking and I start saying things that are totally stupid, and it might be something political. And it might be something, all the way. And people are like, oh man, he's really far. Well, that's not really how I think. Well, it may be how I think deep down inside, but it's not how I think generally. It's not the way I want to come across in public.
No.
Everybody has so-called skeletons in their closet. And the more you do these live chats, the more you're putting your real life out there for people to see and to judge you. And that's one thing I'm very careful of.
Yeah, but for me, it's kind of, I don't know. For me, on the backside, it was kind of, I look at it as being that, I don't know. To me, I do my channel. I put what I put up on my channel, and I have hundreds of subscribers that constantly turn on a comment, make all the time. And when I look, for me, I guess what I'm getting at is when I look at my analytics, I don't even really bother about dislikes and all that kind of stuff and everything else. But when I look overall, I just looked the other day and it's oh my God, it's like over 100,000 views in lifetime on my channel that I've turned on and had. And out of all those views, I've only had maybe a handful of negative comments. So for me, I'm getting to the point where when I do a video, I kind of follow. I want to follow what I've done before, but if it comes to a chat thing, to me that's kind of where people can get a little bit more knowledge or a little background understanding of where I come from or what I'm about. And I am not going to let it bother me if I think they think negatively, if that makes sense.
Yeah, my thing is when I get the negative comments don't bother me. The like one thumbs down, the two thumbs down, something like that doesn't bother me per se. But over a period of time, it makes me wonder, why is this one or two individuals, why don't they like my content? What am I doing wrong? It starts to eat at me, and I start thinking because I overanalyze a lot of things.
Yeah, me too.
And to be perfectly honest, to be perfectly honest, he said something. I wished he had not said it, but he said it. It was on my video, and I went ahead and posted. Y'all know something. Man Land's a lot more smarter than what y'all give him credit for. You know, he's really smart, and this, that, and the other. And I try not to portray myself as an intelligent individual on my channel. I want to protect. I'm an expert who plays the part of an amateur who really does not, who thinks he knows what he's doing, but he messes it up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that I do truly know, but when it comes to techniques that I'm discovering here on YouTube, like the fire roll, that blew me away. I'm like, this is the first I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I dove into that thing wholeheartedly until I finally got it. I mastered it. I didn't master it with natural materials, but when I'm saying just a cotton ball, some white ash from the fire, or what I'm using, Comet Cleanser, because it's easy to get a hold of. This said, and I played around with it, and I thought, this thing really freaking works, and it blew my mind. So I'm learning stuff as I'm on YouTube, but I go back to people. I mean, they're awestruck. They're struck with fat wood.
Yeah.
And I sat there and I asked myself, I said, look, fat wood is no big deal. It is probably because I got so much of it around me. It's in super abundance where I'm at.
Yes.
I'm more intrigued. I'm much more intrigued with the dead, dried pine needles laying on the ground. I'm thinking, you're going to take an axe, you're going to chop this wood up, and you're going to dig and this, that, and the other. When you can reach over there and grab something off the ground and hit it with a ferro rod and you're done. I'm a very simple-minded individual. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking people for fat wood. I'm not knocking people for feather sticking.
No, absolutely.
Because I learned a lot watching these videos. But it's like an ex-market manager told me. He said, and he stuttered real bad. If you want to know the easiest way to do something, he said, put a lazy man on the job.
Yeah, exactly.
And I got to thinking about, you're absolutely right. Why make life hard when there is an easy way to do something, a guaranteed way to do something?
Yeah.
And I did not know how sensitive people were here on YouTube when it comes to a knife. I'm just going to say this one time. This is my number one.
Give me one quick second. I just got to run upstairs for a second.
Okay. All right. I gotta get up at 6. I gotta be at work at 6. So 5:30 is gonna be for me.
Make sure I'm up by then.
I try. Hope I can get up.
I gotta get them on the bus.
What time they need to be up? They need to be ready at 6.
No, I gotta get them up at 6.
Okay.
Make sure I'm up before you leave. Make sure you get his shirt tucked in. Make sure you got his belt on. The whole freaking 9 yards.
Hey, Bushcraft and Wild Edibles, you still out there?
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
I was asking Bushcraft and Wild Edibles if he was still out there.
So what were you going to say about this knife?
Well, I mean, it's one thing that is my pet peeve when it comes to knives. Now, I want you to think about this. Most of the negative comments I've got is from the survival point of view. Like I say, I'm a camper. I'm not going to say I'm a bushcrafter, but I'm a camper. And I know how to sharpen it. Yeah, this knife, not this knife here, it was actually my pocket knife. I consider my pocket knife my utility knife. Yep. I'll hit it with a hammer and do whatever I need to with it, because I really abuse my pocket knife. It's a tool. And I look at this knife right here, the neck knife, as the same thing. It's a tool.
Yep.
And when I take the back of the spine here, and I'm trying to strike a ferro rod, and I can't get that great of a spark off of it. But if I turn around to the sharp edge right here at the very base of it, and I strike it, and I get a very good spark, and I'm thinking, why am I wasting my time on the spine when I've got a sharp point right here? Why not go ahead and use that to make a fire? And this is where I woke up. Is the fact that there are so many people that are so sensitive about these particular little subjects. Dude, you should never use your sharp edge, man. You need to save your knife for when you need it. And I'm thinking, yeah, and you're the dumbass out there knocking your knife through some freaking wood. I mean, come on, man. What are you talking about?
Using the sharp end of the blade will not, in my personal, and I'll say it once again, same thing if people are watching. My personal experience, using the sharp end of the knife, if you're using the part, like you say, down at the bottom, ain't going to do crap to the blade at all.
It has never dulled my knife. It has never dulled my knife. As a matter of fact, it was Grumpy, and I've not tried this yet, but Grumpy did this video. He actually sharpened his knife on a ferro rod. Yep. I was like, wow.
Well, that's like the funniest thing, believe it or not. Wayne and I turned around and got talking about that. I wish he was on here. Him and I got talking about something about dealing with knives one time. Now, this is going to be a confession from my point. Do you know I never ever heard of the term batoning wood with a knife until I started watching YouTube?
I agree. I've always used an axe and a saw.
Always used an axe. Oh yeah, always had an axe. Always had an axe out. Now there is, and I always forget the name of it. I remember my grandfather, and this is where batoning came from. Now, when I've done the research and stuff to it, there used to be an old tool that was turned on and used years ago. Like when they used to actually cut the tree down and make the the log or make the planks and stuff like that to build. There was this weird knife that kind of looked like it had a handle up and down on it, like it'd be a handle like that, and the blade come out this way off, and it was made for doing that. They had like the special wooden mallet, and they would turn around and to make like shingles. And wow. For the life of me, I can't remember the name. I found it once, and I turned around and I sent it to somebody. But other than that, I never heard of using a knife to turn on a baton through wood. It was I always had a hatchet. Now I always carried a hatchet. Even when I started on YouTube, if you go back to some of those videos I have, at the very beginning, I always had a small hatchet with me, the Fiskars X7. I hardly carry it anymore because I love my SCH F37 so much that I don't need it, because it's come to the point now that because of advancement in knives, and knives are made so big now, and carbon steel, and they're so sharp and they're so great that yeah, I baton wood, and I've got my other big freaking knife that I've got that I don't bother taking an axe anymore because of my skill level. I don't need it, but I never heard of it until YouTube, like batoning through wood. But starting a ferro, I always used the sharp end of the knife. On a ferro rod, always.
Truth be known, when I got into YouTube and I started seeing the ferro rod deal, and I pulled out it's a Winchester, similar to a Gerber knife. I pulled that thing out and used it religiously. I just kept playing and playing and playing. And one day it hit me, and I was at work, and I did a video at cotton ball, stuck it through the end of the knife, and used the knife. And
yes, I remember that one.
A matchstick, and I got some comments. Man, you just ruined, the temper of the blade. And I'm thinking, and I hate to say this, but this is really what I thought. You freaking idiot! It took a lot more heat to make the knife than what this little fire is doing right now. The only reason I held it that long on the end of the knife was for for video. That's it.
Yeah.
And I never would have said, but I don't get it. I did not realize that people were that sensitive to folklore. I call it folklore, myth.
Oh, it does. It does. It has a lot. That's like my 37. It's out in the other room. I could show you, but I never got it on video, but I've only ever caught one person that turned around and caught it. And I had a video and I was using it and I was going on and they're like, it looks like you broke it. And I did. Wayne and I were out the one time doing something totally stupid. I stuck it into a tree and I was prying. I think we were getting chaga. And I put it, it was really, really cold outside. And I put it, and I tipped, like broke the tip off my 37. But reprofiled it in that to the point of being the end of the blade. If you look at it real closely, you can tell it doesn't look the same. But I love it even more now because of the fact I broke that tip off because it was so thin to begin with that now
Yeah.
I think my 37 is better now than it was when it turned out when I got it because it just broke off. But once again, my whole thing, it comes down to skill again. I mean, sure, if you're going to be using the sharp end of your knife and just use your ferro rod, okay, I could see it getting marked up or nicked or something like that or whatever. But then again, common sense for me turns around and says, as a survivalist, if I'm going to be out there surviving, I'm going to have the stuff with me to sharpen it back up again, to turn on and reprofile it, to fix it, to do whatever. So once again, it comes back to that. What's the easiest way to use it? It's like, once again, if I'm short on camera, I've turned around and started a fire with, flint and steel and a witch's broom and, blown into a piece of char cloth or tinder, or have you, used a ferro rod or whatever. Honestly, between you and I and everybody that's listening in, I'd probably say 90% of the time, because I'm a smoker, when I start a fire, I use a lighter.
You got
because
that's exactly right. That was my one.
Yeah, just because of the fact my skill level, and this is me personally, my skill level, I'm comfortable enough to know, yes, okay, if my lighter died, can I still start a fire? Yes, I can start a fire with a bow drill. I can start a fire using a solar. I can start a fire with a flint and steel. Which I have all those things with me when I'm out there. But I use what's the most easiest at that point in time. If I'm starting a fire, I use my lighter. If I'm using an alcohol stove, I'll turn around and use a flint and steel just because it's easier, or a ferro rod, sorry. It's easier for me to use the ferro rod than it is to get the lighter because I always end up burning my finger trying to let it alcohol. So it comes to that whole thing of
it always goes back to that age-old mentality that I heard way back in mid-grade school. It says, who do you think would have won the war between the American Indian War? How do you think the war would have turned out with the Indians if the Indians had had crossbows? It would have been a landslide, we as a species have evolved to the point to where we want to make things easier for us. A ferro rod to me is not true bushcraft. It's not reality. You can't walk out in the woods and start a fire by finding a ferro rod going on a tree.
No.
So that's technically, in my opinion, brutally honest, that's not bushcraft.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, going out there and, using even flint and steel. Where are you going to find the steel? That's a man-made product that you're taking with you.
Yeah.
And I'm not knocking anybody who does that. I consider that the days of pioneers. That is modern technology in the days of pioneers, and that's something that we still have lost. I can handle a ferro rod. Well, I can't say my wife now; she's practiced with it. But I could have, at one point about a year ago, I could have handed my wife a ferro rod and said, "Here, make a fire." And she would have looked at me like I'd lost my mind. Like, what is this? She didn't have a clue.
Yeah.
There was a time back when I think I was 17, if somebody had in a magnesium block and said, "Here, make a fire." I looked at them like they're crazy. The technology of the old ways is being lost. And that's one thing I love about the bushcraft community. I use the term bushcraft in a very general term, very loosely. It's a mixture of survival and do it yourself while you're out there in the woods, that type of thing. That's with a very minimum effective gear that you take with you, you know. So when I watch a guy sitting there and he's cooking stew, rabbit stew, he legitimately killed the rabbit, but he's using a modern titanium pot. You know, I cook pot that is. I know that a true survivalist or a true bushcrafter should walk out in the woods butt naked, him, and say, hey, I'm a bushcrafter, I'm gonna survive.
Yeah.
I'm a survivalist and go ahead and survive.
Yeah.
It depends on how you define it and how you see it. I don't get that technical with it. So when I see, it's just like we're gonna go back to what you're talking about. I see the name, you know, your channel name has bushcraft in it. I don't see you as a bushcraft type of person. I see you as an individual. You're using the title bushcraft in the end of your channel name to let me know that you're an outdoors person. You love to be outdoors. That's what I associate bushcraft with.
Yeah.
It's just somebody who likes to be outdoors, have fun, camping, you know, whether it's a primitive tent, hammock camping, you know, a 4-man Walmart tent. I don't know. It's just somebody who enjoys being outdoors. But you have these sensitive people that want to be politically correct and sit there and say, hey, you're not defining this right. You should not call yourself a bushcrafter because of this, that, and the other. And I look at him and I laugh and I'm thinking, man, a true bushcrafter. That means you walk out in the woods butt naked and you create a life by yourself.
Yeah.
It's like survival, the way you're terming it. You know,
yeah.
It's like,
there's a lot, and there's a lot of them like that.
It doesn't jive.
A lot of them. There's a lot of them like that. And I don't know. I'm kind of stuck for words. I know there's a lot of them out there that say that. There's a prime example. If you remember back, the first time I ever put a rant video up, and I believe that's what I called it, the rant video. I was ranting about somebody who picked on two YouTubers. If you remember who I'm talking about without saying names, and they actually come to me and it's you're not a bushcrafter. You can't survive like without ever. And I know that they've never, ever turned on and watched my channel. And I'm like, really? I said, well, you know, I'll call you out. They're not that far from me. And I said, you know, pick a spot, you and I, any day, 5 items, and we'll turn around and go out and we'll see who could go. Sent me back this big, long message of turning around and saying, oh, no, you know, I don't want to do that. I never called, like, totally apologized. Well, trying to apologize to everything back, but I just thought, like, there's a prime example. To call somebody out, my thing is to call somebody out or to make a comment about somebody on their channel or on YouTube when you really don't know the person anyway to begin with. How do you know where they come from or what their experience is? It's like you say yourself, like, you know, when you're on camera, you know, you do the joking thing and stuff like that and going on and carrying on. And most of the time you're in your backyard or whatever. And I know some people are like, oh, you know, oh, that guy just always out in his backyard all the time. You know, he's not a bushcrafter, he's not a survivalist. But yet, from watching your channel for so long and talking to you the few times that I have like this, you know that you do know how to do it. You can go out there if you had to, out in the bush, build a shelter, and you would survive. You know, you wouldn't freeze to death or wouldn't die of starvation or whatever because of all the things that you've done to cook. So that's what I mean. Like, there's a lot of times and that's my biggest thing on my channel. Like I say, I've had this kind of conversation with Wayne many times. I have a hard time putting out videos because I don't want to put out stuff that seems like I'm turning around and copying what everybody else is doing, if you know what I mean.
Right,
so to sit there and try to think of, from my experience of, you know, 43 years of being on this earth and the stuff that I've done and being out there and everything else, you know, what can you show? What can you do other than doing what everybody else is doing? Well, here's how I would turn around and build the shelter. And that's what I try to do. is that on my channel when I do something, it's like, you know, this is what I use or this is what I do, and it's worked. I've had, like I said, majority of people turn around and I love your channel. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep up the good work, and that's what I look for, and that's why it's so important. And I think, but at the same time, that's why the channel doesn't grow as much as it does.
What I see out there, and I love to use the term stupidly simple.
Yeah. Because
I am guilty of overanalyzing something, trying to figure out the simplest way to do something, and I make it so complicated.
Sounds so much like me.
2 years ago, I was out there. You know, I'm used to the original plain old format of the spit roast. You take 2 Ys, you drive them in the ground. Y stick, drive them in the ground. You got a straight stick, and you're cooking. And I've done that forever.
Yeah.
And I have that problem of whatever meat is attached to that stick, the meat spins, especially a chicken, you know, because it's hollow inside. Well, at the last roundup, the Bushcraft Rendezvous, the first one, I didn't see it in person. It was Ranger Cookie that accidentally videotaped the thing of Chris of Windham Woodcraft talking to, excuse me, talking to Mark of I always want to call him Singing Freedom. It's Scouting Free.
Scouting Free. Yeah.
Yeah. Discussing this spit roast that he was showing him, and I saw, and it was like a light bulb went off in my head, and I said, "Man, I cannot believe that this is just that stupidly simple." So when we hooked up with Donnie and the Parker Ridges, I asked Jason, I said, "Man," I said, "well, do you mind setting this thing up and let me videotape it so I can understand it better and to actually share this, you know, on YouTube?" He says, "No, I don't mind." So he goes through the motions and he sets this thing up, and I termed it the quarter turn spit roast or something like that. I don't know what the official name is.
Oh yeah. I remember.
And I'm watching this thing and I'm thinking, you know, duh. You got a fork inside of a fork that only allows it to turn a quarter turn, or how many turns it allows it to go.
Yeah.
It never dawned on my brain to do that.
Yeah.
And it's nothing hard. It's what I term stupidly simple.
Yeah.
And I love learning simple stuff like that because I overanalyze. I mean, if somebody were to say, "Hey, Mark, can you make a spit to just turn a quarter turn?" And I said, "Sure." You know, I'd go out and I'd go to the welding shop or something, and I would sit there and weld some shit together.
Yeah. And that happens all the time. Yeah, stuff like that happens all the time. That's like the one time when Wayne and I were a prime example. Is you know, Wayne always goes on about, you know, when you're making your fire, you got to find dry wood, and this is how you can find dry wood. You know, if it's wet on the outside, split it in half. You know, you get the dry wood on the inside and all that stuff, which is absolutely 100% correct. Prime example, we were out there this one time, and it was crappy ass weather. Like, it was raining, downpouring, and we love the weather like that because of the fact of being, we look at it as being, it adds to the challenge of going out there. But this one, Wayne, it got wet, and he was trying to get his sweater dry and the whole bit and everything else. And I went through in the bush and I found this big piece of punky wood that was just like, it was so punky, it was unbelievable. Totally soaked on the outside, but I knew if I peeled the stuff off the outside, it had this nice dry punky wood on the inside. And I just started feeding it onto the fire. And he's like, "Oh, what are you doing, man? You're gonna kill the fire. They gonna work." Blah, blah, blah. And also the fire just poof, like, look at this big freaking flame that was about 4 feet tall. And Wayne's like, "Oh, right on." Like, he's trying to sweater. And then afterwards, he's down and he says, "You know what?" He says, "I just learned something." He said, "All the years," he said, "I would have never, ever turned around and picked up that kind of wood. I would step over it. I wouldn't bother with it. It was wet, punky, but never, ever thought," and it makes sense, like you're saying, you peel the stuff off the inside, it's going to be so dry on the inside, and punk wood will just goes up like that. I suppose that's my whole point. You needed a fire right away, so I did. So it just showed, once again, like knowledge or whatever. Like him and I, it's like him and I say all the time, we're both survivalists, but we both put each other on the same scale of survivability. But there's so many different things that he knows how to do that I don't know how to do, and vice versa. Like him going up there all the time and you know, using a stone. Like he go out with nothing in his pocket and use a stone and make a figure 4 trap. I can barely make a figure 4 trap for crying out loud with a knife. I suck at it. Doing primitive scrapping, I suck. I'll rack my knuckles so many times off of that. You know, if I'm using a rock or whatever it is, my knuckles will be bleeding because I can't get that trigger. No matter how many times I've done it, I just can't get that trigger to set properly. Now, if I want to make a big size one to turn it and, you know, snag a deer, not a problem at all. But to do the detail, I can't do it. Him and I have talked about that many times, and like as far as skill wise, you know, turns around, he knows more wild edibles than I do, you know, and things like that. But when it comes down to him and I, knowledge wise, it's like we say, we put both of us on the same scale. He has the same amount of knowledge as I have. It's just that he's better at something than I am, and vice versa. So, I guess, kind of getting into that whole factor, that's the part that really annoys me when people start downplaying other people on here for, they ain't doing this right, or they're not doing that right, or they're always out in the backyard and they're not out in the bushes. Like, you really don't know what that person knows or what the skill that person has. Well, until you've been out there.
You said that right there. I've watched many a channel, and these were popular channels, and these people are so conscious about, they will make apologies. You're going to hear a lawnmower in the background because my next door neighbor is mowing the grass, and yes, I am in my backyard. Or like Bob 808 Night. Well, we know that he predominantly camps in the area where a train comes through, but every once in a while he might be in a spot you're going to hear cars in the background going up, you know, in the highway or something. I'm like, why are you making apologies for that? I mean, can you really go anywhere in this damn world without there being some man-made sound out there somewhere? You know, and you know, you got a jet flying overhead. I'm sorry about that. I'm definitely in the woods now. I'm way out there. You know, I'm 100,000 miles from any town, civilization, anywhere. But yet there's going to be a jet flying over, and he's going to apologize for it. I mean, come on.
My first negative comment that I ever had on my channel on one of my videos was exactly that. And I had somebody turn around, and I've never seen them since. They made a comment on one of my outings that Wayne and I had, and all they put was, another backyard camper. And I responded back, I'm like, backyard camper? Dude, I was out in the middle of the bush. They go, I deleted it because I was like, no, you effing weren't, because I could hear the traffic in the background. I'm like, traffic? Yeah, it's the area that Wayne and I go, yes. It is off of the major Trans-Canada highway that turns around and runs from New Brunswick into the States. It's a major highway. And yes, we're probably, oh my gosh, if I was to turn around, from the highway, if you were to walk from the center of the highway to where our base camp is, you're probably at least, I would say, kilometer-wise, we'd be looking at, I'd say probably at least 3 kilometers, 2.5, maybe 3 kilometers. So miles, that'd be what? There's, what is it, 2.2 miles to a kilometer? So probably, I don't know, like 5-6 miles or something like that in the middle of the woods. And people are like, oh, you're your backyard. What? Because you heard a car in my video, like, oh my God, sorry that a transport truck went by. Hello, transport trucks are loud.
Yeah,
But,
especially when the Jake breaks going downhill.
well, and that's the whole thing. It really gets me. Plus, the other thing, like I've tried to explain to other people before, if you know anything about sound, that area where we go and where the highway is a prime example. It's right. We are physically on the coast. Like I could walk up. Actually, I could walk up my front door right now, and I could turn around and walk. See, what am I saying? If I walk that way, directly behind my monitor, about a half hour's walk, I'm in the Bay of Fundy. I'll be walking into the Bay of Fundy. So we have, I don't know about, well, you're more inland, but down along your coast, but I know here, we get massive amounts of fog. Because where the Gulf Stream comes up through, gets caught in the Bay of Fundy between us and Nova Scotia. We get fog constantly all the time. But sound just echoes. It echoes like crazy. And that's one of the reasons why majority of the time we get, with the video cameras, it picks it up because the sound from the highway echoes. And that's another part of the reason why, not just, Wayne and I always say, well, our cameras aren't that great in the dark, which they're not that great in the dark, but majority of the time it's because at nighttime the fog starts rolling in and you can hear the sounds from the highway. Like it sounds like it's physically right next to you. It's not loud. So we don't record because of that reason. But it just blew my mind. Like, oh, you're right, you're back here. Dude, I'm like so far from the highway, it's unbelievable. But how do you hide it? You can't. It's like, sorry. But that was the first.
9 times out of 10, it makes me want to play. Made that senseless comment about like you're a backyard camper, and I wanted to say so bad, like, well, you just made a comment from your home, at a laptop computer. So where's your videos at?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Well, that's
it kind of like this. I can be in bumfuck Egypt in the middle of Nevada somewhere or in New Mexico, and they're going to hear the sound, and it'll probably be a UFO. I have control over that.
Yeah, exactly.
But there was a video done by Deranged Survival, and he opened up the camera and he was showing these beautiful sceneries. I mean, like you could not imagine. It was beautiful. And as the video progressed, he kind of panned back and then he panned to the right. And guess where he was at? He was in the middle of his city. And he was just in one little wooded area. And he was featuring these pigeons. And he said, you know, the theme of his video was, you know, you've got nature no matter where you're at. Just go out there and look for it. Yeah. When he started the video, you could have sworn he was out in the middle of nowhere. He had a little stream coming through there. You know, he got some wildlife going on as far as flowers and stuff going. And he started to pan back, and then eventually he panned left and panned right, you know, and everything looked picturesque. Then the next thing you knew, you know, he was like standing on a bridge looking down into a creek bank that ran right up under the center of Manhattan. I'm like, wow, you know, so it was right the opposite effect of what most people thought. There are man-made structures that you think that nature created out there, and I cannot. It was somewhere in New York, and I think it was a Jen, a Full Circle Outdoor 414, and she was filming, and I thought these were natural carved areas of this river system, and come to find out that they were actually man-made and beautiful artworks. I mean, just gorgeous. I would love to go visit that place, but they were man-made.
Yeah.
But they had me fooled right at first. I thought, man, nature is one of the, you know, nature is one of the most perfect artists out there. You know, to be able to carve through this rock like other. It was all man-made. Most of it was man-made, not all of it, but most of it was, and it just blew me away.
Yeah, yeah.
So, you know, the idea of to be a so-called survivalist or a bushcrafter or something, to be out there in the middle of nowhere, I don't get it. I really don't. I don't know where these people are coming up with that at, because I know if they have any legitimate validity in what they're trying to say, you know, they would have videos out there themselves on their own channel.
Well, that's what I was going to
And
say.
they don't.
That's the best thing. And when you said that earlier, and that's true, because when I got that first one, I couldn't believe it. So now that's what I do. If I do get a negative comment or something like that, first thing I do is click on their name, go to their channel. If they don't have a channel, I don't even respond. That was something like I was saying to Wayne.
That's a very good point. Very, yeah.
Because Wayne gets them too, and I'm like, you know what? I just look, if they got no video up whatsoever, I don't even bother making a comment, because it's senseless to even get in the argument with them of, well, what are you talking about, or whatever. Like, I just ignore it. So now I don't even bother with them half the time, because like you say, most of them. And I got this from YouTube with a lot of people talking about trolls, and that's exactly what they are. They're trolls. They're just, you know, looking for a fight. There's one in every box, one in every party. You know, somebody that's going to make that stupid ass comment or whatever. So I try to ignore them now as much as possible, and don't even bother, because, like you say, they don't have videos up. They're not doing it themselves, or whatever the case may be, and I just look at more of the, you know, I got so many people now turn around and say, you know, keep it up. I love what you're doing and the whole bit. And that's what I try to concentrate on, and try not to worry so much about when I shoot a video. You know, am I doing this good? Is it going to look good or whatever? It's like, no, you know what? I know Mainland's going to watch it. I don't know if Donnie's going to watch it. And there's a problem. I've said that to Wayne. Him and I have been out. Him and I both shoot a video on something, and he's like, oh man, I don't know if that's going to work. I'm like, hey dude, you know, you're guaranteed Donnie's going to watch it. You're guaranteed Mainland's going to watch it. So and so and so and so and so and so. So don't worry about it. And he looks at me and goes, yeah, vice versa. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. Why give a shit about the way that we're doing it when we know it's going to get watched? You're always going to get a negative comment or thumbs down or whatever. Try not to let it bother you. And that's right.
Yeah, but you know, it's like I know what you're saying, but you know, it's just like that thorn in the side, that one thumbs down.
That's what I mean. Like
thumbs up, that one thumb down, and you're wondering, what am I doing wrong to tick off this one individual?
Yeah, no, it's hard.
Dino, go watch Dino. Yeah, go watch Dino's latest bit today, and he makes a reference to that thumbs down, and it's the 5 whys. And the way he went through the 5 whys, the letter Y's, like Y and Z, the letter Y, he explained it, and it made so much sense the way he explained it, and it was like an eye opener. I said, yeah, okay, you're right. Those type of people, that one person that does the thumbs down, you know, the thumbs down, you're not going to satisfy for nothing in the world. It's like they have the lowest self-esteem of themselves, that they cannot. You ask yourself, why do you keep watching my channel if you're constantly giving me a thumbs down?
Yeah.
What is it about you that you have to sit there and do this? You know, what is it? What's your purpose? What's your goal in life? You know, you can't stop it. I know for a fact I can go out there and survive 3 to 4, 5 days, maybe even 7 days. Who knows? In a survival situation in the woods, but it would be miserable, and I would be slowly starving to death. But I would survive. No, there's no doubt about it.
Oh yeah.
If it were to come to a total collapse of our governmental, we're talking about the military taking over, and they're out looking at people who have fled in the woods. You know, it's one of those situations where I doubt my own survival in that instance because this is not a zombie apocalypse. The military's got the equipment, you know, they'll eventually find me because this is the area that I'm in. They know everybody. Everybody knows each other. We're start out on foot from the apartments I'm at now. They're like I said before, you're going to end up on somebody else's property, and that homeowner's got a shotgun or something. You know, they're going to defend their property. It's like I was talking to somebody before a while back. You know, it's talking about, well, I know how to deer hunt. If I had a rifle, you know, I survive. Well, okay, yeah, all right. But you and every other brother and sister and mother around is going to be out in the woods trying to shoot deer. And there's only so many deer out in the woods. That once they're all gone, what are you going to do then? He said, well, then we'll start shooting cows. I said, yeah, and then you've got, you know, landowners who's going to be watching for people shooting their cows. Yeah. In our area, there's nothing in our immediate area that is secluded enough to where you can go and hide out and not be found.
Yeah.
But in California, up in Canada, all those vast areas, unexplored, I say unexplored territories. Territories is very inhospitable, that type of thing. Yes, you can go up there and you can lose yourself and no one would ever find you.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
But here in the South,
absolutely.
You know, it's right the opposite. So I don't look at the SH, you know, I don't look at that situation as being viable. What I look at being prepared is a natural disaster, like a hurricane, a tornado, you know, that type of scenario where the power's out for three to 4 weeks at a time before they can get power restored. Because that has happened here in State Line before, and that was before I actually came here.
Right.
Hurricane Katrina, they were telling me about 3 weeks without power. And of course, it was during the middle of summer. The heat was unbearable. They were all telling me. So I look at the realistic type of survival scenarios. Do I have enough water? Well, no, I don't have enough water stored, but I do now have a couple of water filters. I can purify water. I know how to boil it properly. The food situation, thank goodness, I'm an assistant manager of a grocery store, and I do have a key to the front door, so I can get the food. You know, those type of things I don't worry about so much. My immediate survival is about 3 to 4 days. That's my longest output. Do I have a bug out bag? No. I've always said a good backpacker, somebody who does the ultralight backpacking and they're gonna go out for a week's adventure, is where I need to be as far as a real bug out bag scenario. Notwithstanding that, now I've got to consider not just myself, but my family itself, you know, because that's a lot of food I have to worry about. You got your wife, the kids, the whole 9 yards. That's a major undertaking.
Yeah.
They're not learning the skills. I'm in the skills, but they're not learning it. My wife likes to play with it because she likes to spend time with me. The kids are doing it just because if they can get off the video games long enough, it's entertaining to them somewhat. But 9 times out of 10, when we're out there in the woods, they've got the cell phone going playing games and this, that, and the other. It's like a lose versus lose scenario, but at the same time, every little moment you can steal away from reality and get out there and have fun in the woods is like gold to me.
And that's why
I enjoy it.
Yeah, that's why
I said before, I'm a car. I'm a camper.
And we're like that at the cabin.
The thing is the majority of the channels on YouTube, when it comes to survival, I'm going to say survival specifically, is so depressing to watch. That's why I have comedy in my channel. I do not want to sit there and watch a channel before I go to work and thinking, oh my God, for the rest of the day, you know, if this were to happen, I'm a dead man. I don't need that weighing on my shoulders, because in reality, I got enough to worry about just getting up, going to work, trying to get back home, making sure that the bills are paid, and I've got, you know, supper taken care of. That's bad enough. But at the same time, legitimately, I don't want to hide behind humor to where I create this world of fantasy. Like everything's going to be okay. You know, I know that's not the reality of the world.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it does not need to be so full of doom and gloom.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I look at history, you know, I look at the slaves back in the days of Egypt. I looked at slaves here when it comes to American slaves, when it comes to the African American heritage. The slavery of our Indian, when America, when the so-called Americans or folks come over here and took the land away from the natural inhabitants that owned this property, that inhabited it, they still had some type of humor. They had something to look forward to. And that's what I try to focus on, is the positivity behind every cause and every scenario. Well, you go out to a campfire, like at the rendezvous, and you finally got all these YouTube personalities sitting around. Well, to be honest, the last thing I want to do is pick a camera up and start recording. You're sitting around this campfire and you're just listening to them telling stories. Everybody's just talking and laughing and having a great time. And it's the best feeling in the world. And I'm thinking, well, where's the doom and gloom at? You know, I heard that person over there talking about doom and gloom here not just 2 weeks ago on their channel. And they were just laughing their rear ends off. Time, you know, I'm like,
yeah.
Seriously, it really does make me think and open my eyes up. So I enjoy trying to make people laugh. I try to make light of the situation. That's the only formula I've got. And you know, I've had a few negative videos on my channel. You know, my mom passed away, and that was tough. That was very, very tough to get through. I did a rant about a $1,200 through night flashlight that I really was not angry at, but I was more shocked, so I acted like I was angry.
Yeah.
Stupid stuff like that. But of course, my ex-mother-in-law passed away. That was a shock too. But very, very rare did I put negativity. I encourage people not to do that. You know, they're having a bad day. The last thing you want to do is click on a channel, say, I'm going to show you this knife, and I'm going to take this knife and I'm going to slit my throat because where's living, you know? I'm like, dude,
Yeah, but
I don't need to hear that.
I think a lot of us, when we put those kind of videos up, though, see, I don't look like the situation with your mother. I didn't look at that as a negative thing. I looked at it as being, that goes to show how much he actually cares, not for just his subscribers, but the people that he says about that he has made a bond with, or feels like family and everything else, and cares enough to turn around and share that with the rest of us, so that we know, hey, where the hell's Manly been for a while? And that was the whole point. Like for me, like doing what I did, it wasn't. I didn't do it to get any views. I did it for you, because, like I said before, watching your videos and stuff like that, I've been in some shitty ass moods. And get up in the morning, and you know, after hardly sleeping all night because of whatever was going on, or the case may be, and open up my email and see, you know, man, they post a video. I'm like, oh yeah, click, because I know I'm gonna have. You can't help but laugh at some of the videos that you put up, and I'm like, I needed that. And I've said that to you a few times in a few of the comments. You know, I needed this morning, like a good laugh, or you know, whatever, great video, you know, needed that, or needed that smile about it. So, same thing. It was kind of like just there's a lot in the community, and that's once again looking at the negative stuff. There's more positive, I think, overall from people that I've met on YouTube than there is negative, and that's where I've kind of got to a point now where I don't let the negative try to bother me at all, because there's so much positive that is out there. Like I could care less if I honestly could care less if my channel grew any more than what it did today, because I've got a nice group of people that I think is family and I get along with, and I love sharing the videos back and forth, and they comment.
It's like Lee Ralph. Do you watch Lee Ralph? I know you do.
Yep.
When I first started watching his channel, he was into the, bushcrafting, survival, part of it. And, the longer you watch somebody's channel, the more you start personality and everything. And he has a great, he doesn't show it per se on YouTube. He has a great sense of humor. But it's not like it's there to be seen. You have to watch him over and over again and watch another channel, another episode, and this, that, and the other. And then finally you realize he does have this sense of humor.
Yeah.
And he's kind of now starting to experiment by putting humor into his videos for whatever reason. I do feel like that I'm somewhat of an influence for most people out there when it comes to that, because he did one with Ranger Cookie. He put the hat on and he imitated Ranger Cookie. He said, "Well, hi, I'm Ranger Cookie, and I'm going to talk about my friend Donnie Vasilini."
Yeah.
And I busted out laughing. I could not contain. I did not expect that from him,
Yeah.
And he did the challenge. He what else did he do? He did several things, here lately that just blew me away because I did not expect that from him. Coal Craven. The brother has been so serious on all his videos. He's trying to be a professional, right? And I remember when I sent the package to y'all with the little stupid flashlight I had. And y'all had a time opening up this package, and I laughed my rear end off.
Oh yeah.
This is Cole Craven. Well, Peter's being himself, okay? But I've never seen Cole Craven have so much fun opening up this package and doing it wrong, opening it up the wrong way, and this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
And I laugh. I really, truly enjoyed that video to the 100% ultimate maximus of any videos I've ever watched. And then he goes and he makes a video for his channel. I don't know, was it the next day, 2 days later, whatever it was.
The next day,
and he
flashlight
boils the damn light, which blew my freaking brain. I saw him. This was a setup. I saw him grab this water in the Stanley Adventure Camp Cook set.
Yeah.
He's got it on the fire, and he's got this water boiling. And he starts talking about the little pack that came in. And I'm sitting there thinking, why is he boiling that water? He's not putting anything in it. There's no rice going in. He's not cooking anything, evidently. Then he starts talking about this flashlight that I gave him. I'm thinking, no, he's not going to do it. No, Mark, that's not, no, he's not. And I'm talking about being full board. And I love it. I love it when people do that. They get it. I think they get it.
Yeah.
They understand humor. It's okay to be yourself on YouTube every once in a while. Now, granted, I'm not really truly myself on YouTube. I really exaggerate, but I think I get the point across. It's like you don't have to be so serious about your videos. Anybody has to. Prepared minds 101. Even Bushcraft Barnes has a sense of humor, but he's very, very dry at it. Most of everything is always serious. I've got to sit there and I've got to teach these people. I'm going to teach them what I know. I've got to be a professional. I don't get it. It's not like you don't have to be the Ernest P. World of the Great Outdoors to get people to connect, but it's nice to see the real person behind the camera is what I'm trying to say. To see people laugh is very, very satisfying to see that person let go. Not necessarily being a character like I do, but to see to see that person smile and actually have a good time, that is so rewarding.
Yeah. Yeah.
To me, it's like.
I was going to say, yeah, Wayne is definitely. He's like I said, he's very much. He's very, very, very close to being the same way on camera as he is off camera. Like I said, him and I have a true brotherhood relationship. Like I said, we talk ever since the first time him and I spoke online, and the first time that we met up and we went out with the bush. I'd probably say it was like the second or third time. It was just like we'd known each other for years. Kind of like you were saying, like you and Donnie for the first time. It was like it was so natural. But even to this day, I mean, oh my gosh, Wayne, I can't even begin to count it. Definitely over 100 times Wayne and I have turned on and been out over the last, 3 years or whatever that we've been out camping together out in the bush. It still probably takes him a good, oh my gosh, I'd probably say a good couple of hours before he actually on one, because I am off camera. I think I probably am. I'm way more serious on camera than I am off camera. And I'm one of those kind of people.
Yeah, I noticed that about you.
Yeah, when I get out in the bush, I let loose, and I'm just like, oh. And, I'm like, oh, check this, that. And it's like almost 2-3 hours later that he starts almost like he's mirroring me. And he starts to relax, and he starts to get going, and he's like, off camera and off chat, no kids around, and I'm out in the bush. That's my time to, relax and let go. I drop the F-bomb all the time. I'm notorious for it. But to me, it's just, that's my way of turning around and getting out, frustrated. The kids are not around, Tara's not around. It's just me and Wayne, two brothers having fun. Excuse me. And oh yeah, the F-bomb just starts coming out all the time. And the first time ever, I don't know, it was probably about our fourth or fifth camp out. And we were going off about something and joking around and going on. All of a sudden, Wayne dropped one, and I was like, what? It just totally shocked me. I still got just got last weekend at the U.S. border last weekend having a long
yeah, I saw that
Where in Canada were you, Stu?
That'd be great.
But I think that's why him and I enjoy going out so much, because when we do get out, it's kind of like, it's like that release, like he gets to release and everything else, and he doesn't normally, he's not normally that way, and he's always so serious because he's always out there all the time, and he's serious in life, and he's serious on his videos and all that stuff. So when him and I go out camping, it's half the time, and like he's made the point many times in his channel, a lot of people have said it to him, like, oh, would love to see you camping out instead of all these reviews and this, that, and everything else you do. And I laughed because half the time, that's exactly it. We are camping. Like, I don't know. There's so many of his videos. I can go back and if you're saying, yeah, I remember we recorded that. Yeah, I remember we recorded that. But yeah, there's nothing. I've really, it's only been lately that he's been starting to And that's a lot of me. I keep saying it to them all the time. Of, you know, there's people out there that love to see us just out there having, just camping, you know, cooking a meal or doing whatever. And, you know, not so much of, oh, this skill or that skill. And gradually he's starting to come out with them. I know a lot when him and I go out, he's starting to do more than put them up. But even then, I look at the two of them, like, I'll look at what I upload and what he uploads, and I think, oh, dude, like, you got it. You're just so serious. But then again, a lot of it is like he talks about. That's his money maker right now. So, you know, he tries to keep.
See, that's the thing with me and Donnie. Yeah, when me and Donnie are together out there camping, we're having so much fun. The last thing we do is want to pick up a video camera and start recording, and that's just the way I am. You know, I'm having fun. And I said, well, you know, I'm out here for a reason. I need to make a YouTube videos. So I try to record what I can, and I get back home and I realize I don't have. So there's no way, and I try to edit this thing to where it kind of makes sense and this, that, and the other, and it just it doesn't make any sense. But it's just us out there just cooking hamburgers or, you know, wherever the case may be. And I look back and I realize that it's not that entertaining for the viewer, but for me it is, and that's why I do the videos. You just said I would love to see you and Cole out there building a campfire, roasting some weenies and marshmallows, or whatever the case may be,
and you know,
and just just talk in general, you know.
Yeah.
The general campfire talk, and that's something that I've not seen YouTube do yet.
No, and that's something
Cole's always in. So Cole, he's always making a video of some review, some technique, or something like that. You do that somewhat, but you're talking about. I don't. Your videos are different because you cover more of the family aspect of it.
Yeah,
that makes sense. I don't know. I'd like to see you two out there just drinking beers and having a good time.
That'd be a good one because him and I don't drink very much, but the cooking the weenies and stuff over fire, we've done that, and you know what? Yeah, we've never put it on camera. Him and I sitting around like these big smoked friggin' sausages I had the one time, and oh my god, it was so funny. These things were like probably a foot and a half long, and we got these sticks and we fiddled them down and opened the package and trying to put these things on the stick, and him and I both just looked this like this just looks wrong. Like it's just wrong. Like these things were, you know, they're about this big around, you know, about yay long. We got them over the fire and they're going limp and flipping over, and we're making comments, and you can just imagine, like making comments and flipping around, and none of it was on camera. None of it. But now I think, yeah, you saying it, I think it would have made a good video. Because it would have been, people would have been just dying and laughing. Oh, hey, you're home. Mrs. FSBushcraft just walked in the door. Scared me.
I see. You done got caught. He's watching porn. He's watching man.
I'm watching alien porn. Oh my god. Hilarious. Bring home coffee.
He was sitting there talking about his sausage being roasted over a campfire.
Yeah.
Roasted.
But no, I've said that to him before too. Like I've said it many times. So him and I gotta start doing that more recording. But like I say, it is true. Like his camera and my camera kind of aren't the best, really in the dark. But we've been playing around with them, and we got this light, and I was actually thinking of putting that on YouTube. But I got this light from the dollar store of all places, and it works great with my camera at nighttime. If I put it like up in a tree or something like that and shine it out, something like that, I forget it is, 16 or 18 LED in it, and put it up and just shine it out towards where I want to record, and it actually picks up pretty nice. But so I've been talking about that, about being able to do more videos at night, what's going on. And that's the thing, like him and I, like what, like you said, like the chat and stuff. Oh my gosh, like we'll turn around and leave and head up to the bush at like 12 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll get to our base camp, set up. It takes him and I physically probably about 10 minutes to get set up, you know, with our sleeping setup and everything else. And then he goes off and he records a couple of videos and reviews and this, that, and I go and do my little thing. And then the cameras go away, and it's like we spend the next, God, what, hours and hours of just shooting the shit, as we put it, talking about everything under the sun. Like, we talk about YouTube and different channels, and did you check out, you know, video that Manley put up, Donnie put up, and all these different people and everything else, and then, you know, how the family's doing, how the kids are doing, and or make fun of the way you cooking a sausage over the fire, or, you know, kind of like you said, like we've done this, putting up the Y branch with the spindle and cooking bacon over it, and, you know, had bacon, making comments about the sounds it was making, like just, yeah, man, I think we're all kinds of stuff that we've done that are just downright hilarious, but never ever turned on and put it up on YouTube. Like, it's just like the one night I turned on, I think fell and almost knocked myself out. That was a good night.
Well, how did you do that?
Well, I turned around and something else. I've never actually said it, and I've never put it on YouTube. But I ended up with, oh my gosh, what was it, about 4 years ago? Yeah, about 4.5 years ago. Yeah, almost 5 years ago. I ended up with an inner ear infection in my left ear. It actually turned on and blew out my balance organ in my left ear. So I have what they call vestibular neuritis, like permanent vertigo all the time. The first couple of years after it happened, I was having grand mal seizures all the time. And they couldn't figure out why. So they thought, well, maybe I had a tumor or all this other crap and stuff. So I had to go through all this stuff. And for the longest time, she wouldn't let me go out at all. I wasn't allowed to go in the woods at all. And then I finally started going out with Wayne, like I said, and all that stuff. But this one time, there was like a light dusting of snow on the ground. And we were having a fire and stuff like that. And we needed more wood. And where our base camp is, it's kind of like we're on a flat spot, but there's a gradual incline behind us that goes up a hill. Wayne had cut this big chunk of this tree down. It cuts it in half, and I've got like two, like, oh my God, they're like 4-foot pieces. I got two of them in my arm, and I'm walking in the middle of the night, and in the dark, my vision's already terrible because of my ear, my balance, and everything else. So I'm trying to keep my light so I can see, and I went to go to step, and when I did, I had his brand new resourceful redneck saw in my arm, which he didn't turn around and let anybody use at all. I was like the first person he ever let use it. I've got it in my arm, and I got the logs, and I go to step, and I remember I started sliding and lost my balance, and I started twisting, and I was like, oh shit, like slow-mo. I threw the saw one way, threw the logs the other way. I went ass over kettle, come down the hill, slid down on my back, and when I finally stopped, my legs were up in the air. I'm like, oh, going on, because I hit hard. Wayne's down at base camp. He's like, what happened? What happened? I'm like, I fell. Wayne's like, I can't see your light, because my headlight come off my head, ended up under my back. He's like, I can't see you. Where are you? I'm like, I'm over here. So he comes up. He picks me up. He's like, holy shit. He says, that's the first time you've ever done that. He goes, what happened? I'm like, oh, my balance kicked in. I turned around, stepped sideways, and there was just that dusting of snow on some dead leaves and stuff, and I slipped and went flying. But the whole thing that was scary part, he reaches down, helps me up. I get up, and I turn, and you can see, and like, in the snow and in the debris on the ground, you can see where I slid down the hill. And I physically, my head came about 6 inches from turning around and hitting this huge ass boulder that was there, and I'm thinking, oh my god. If the wife seen
Man.
this, she would never ever let me go back out again, because that's what she's always worried about. I'm going to lose my balance and fall. But, oh, it was funny. But him, I can't see, he's at base camp. I can't see you, where are you? And I can see the light going through the woods and through the trees. And I'm on my back. I'm on my back, feet in the air. I'm over here. Oh, it was so funny. That was one, he's like, oh yeah, that was one. He's like, I should have got that in camera.
That's what I'm gonna say. That would have been a YouTube moment right there.
Oh yeah, it was priceless. And then another time, him and I were out, and it would have made a perfect shot. Oh, it pisses me off. I weigh, oh my god, what is it? Wayne weighs, what is it? 145 pounds or 135 pounds or something like. Wayne's not that heavy of a guy. He's actually a little bit. He's a few inches shorter than I am. But right now,
really?
I'm turning around. Oh, yeah. I'm pushing I'm 268 right now. But this one time that Wayne and I were out, I was hitting 290. And we're out, and it was by base camp. We were wintertime, doing a winter camp out. And we're walking along, and no snowshoes on, and Wayne's walking, and it's totally like, and I'm following him. I'm thinking, well, I'm going to follow you, because if this area where we knew we were over a bog. So I'm like, well, I know if you step and you go through, I ain't going that way, so I'll go around. So he goes out, not a problem. I'll walks up this hill, not a problem at all. I'm like, oh, cool, it's all nice and hard. Oh, yeah. He says, it's great. I go walking, step in this one spot. I went up to my ass in water. Right through the freaking snow, down through, I could feel it about halfway coming up my leg. I started bitching and cursing and going on. I'm like, go goddamn well figure. I said, trying to follow. He goes, yeah, but you got about 100 pounds on me. I'm thinking, oh, thanks. Like, you're supposed to be a bro? Now you're making fun of my weight. And that's what it was, just the weight difference between the two of us. I stepped. Oh, yeah, boots were soaked. I was soaked. And we were on our way out. And we got to the camp and that. And to the vehicles. But the same thing. Get halfway back into town and thought, you know what? That would have been a perfect video to turn around and shoot the show. How easy it is in the wintertime if you're out there and dress for it, but how quick you could get soaked to the bone, and would have been good to start a fire and show like how to dry out and the whole bit and everything else. He goes, no, it just would have been funnier to watch you turn around and sink it like 6 feet into the ground. But oh yeah, we've had some funny. Him and I have had some really, 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 really good funny things that have turned out and happened. Like, all right, walking in the bush and, common thing we say all the time, to our kids or to people, like, when you're walking through the woods, make sure you're spaced out so, you don't get slapped in the head by a branch or whatever like that. Oh, yeah, him and I have done that half a dozen times. Turn around and be walking, talking, and next thing you know, we're right on top of one, right on each other's heels, and bam! Branch in the face. It's like, oh, man, like, what the hell? Like the one time we were out, him and I were out, I don't know what it was. I got a stick. He let go of this branch, and it come back, and I wasn't paying attention. I had my head down. I brought my head up. He let the stick go. That's when we did. I'm trying to think. Was it when? I think it was one of the ones we did our 10 kit item that we turned on and took out with us. And he's walking. Let's go this branch. I look up. Boom! I get perfectly right in the eyeball. All night, I'm like, oh my God, my eye's killing me. Like, this is crazy. Finally, come the following morning, it stopped, it went away, I felt fine. So, we do our thing, spend another night. No, we only spent the one night out that night. Next morning, we pack up, we head into town, we come home, the whole bit. He turns around and sends me a text later that night. Oh, I'm at the hospital. I'm like, at the hospital? For what? What happened? Like, what's going on? My eyeball's been killing me all day, and I don't know what's going on, and blah, 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 blah. Turned to find out he had a piece of of a pine needle or something like that was stuck in behind his eye, and it scratched his cornea and didn't know about it. And I'm thinking, you never get hit in
Oh
the eye.
wow.
He's like, yeah, I know. I don't know. He goes, what the hell is it? He says, every time we go out, you get hurt, and I end up with all the stuff on it. He's done that a half a dozen times. I've gone out, twisted my ankle. That's why we laugh about the brothership that him and I have. I've gone out, twisted my ankle, and I'd be fine. We go out in the bush, come home. He's laid up for 3 days because his ankle swelled up for no reason. His ankle will turn on and swell up, and he's out of commission for like 3 days. And I'm walking around totally fine. I'm like, see, it's karma, brother. It's karma. You always laugh at me, and it's karma coming back and getting you afterwards when we get out of the bush. But oh yeah, we've had some really good hoots. But yeah, and none of them we ever catch on camera. Never, ever, and that's the worst. Never catch them on camera. I don't know how many times him and I have done. That's another thing. Done something, and it's like, oh my god, that would have been cool to get on camera. Like we had a deer the once. He just got. I had just filmed my opening scene to a video. I remember this too. Just finished opening scene of my video. He had just did the opening review of his one tiger's hammock that he got. He just reached up and turned the camera off and took it off the tripod and went to go to put it away. And we had a deer sitting right up on top of the edge. Was on godly noises coming out of this buck, and we know what it was. He wanted to come down and drink out of the stream that was right behind us, but he seen us there, so he just started grunting and noises I've never ever heard a deer ever make in my entire life. Like Wayne and I both, when we first, he takes his camera, like slow mo, like I'm standing off to the side. He takes his camera, puts it in his bag. I'm standing there. I go to get up out of my shelter, and we hear this noise. And I both look at one another, we're like, what the hell is that? All of a sudden we look up, and there's this buck sitting up on top of the hill, going on, making all these noises. Tried to get the camera out. As soon as he got the camera, boom, it was gone. Took off into the bush. It was like, oh my god, that would have been a wicked shot. But oh yeah, all the time. Some really, really cool things that would have been awesome on video, like just awesome shows, but never happened. Oh, what's the design guy here? Most people.
That'd be awesome if y'all catch stuff like that out there in reality. I tell you, that would be so cool.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's one thing that people are starving for.
The
so-called outtakes that we all have in life. Yeah, well, it's real life natural comedy.
Oh yeah. Same thing. Like I've done a half a time. Like I said, the Stanley. I got the Stanley with me all the time, and because of my balance, once again, we got the one spot at base camp that we get water. I don't know how many times I've turned around and gone to go to bend over to go to fill up that stick and almost fallen head first right into the stream. And next thing you know, I'm like straddling over stuff, and it's like, dude, come and help me. He'll come down, and, he helps me out or whatever, because it's like one foot's on one rock, the other foot's on the bank. This right hand's just on a rock. The left hand's got the Stanley, and I'm pushing another rock. It's like, then I'll get up and it's like, but look, I never spilled the water. Stanley's still full to the brim. But yeah, you don't get it on the camera. Oh yeah, we've had some. That's why when I get people say to me all the time about the channel and stuff. Oh, you make it look like it's shot from start to end. It's like, oh no. You'd be surprised how many takes I have to do to get the shot that I want. Many. Oh yeah. I've had the camera up at a tree and walking backwards. Had the camera up at a tree, be walking backwards to looking at the camera and go, okay, I'm in view. Whoop over a freaking log. Oh yeah, all kinds of stuff.
Oh, that'd be
I
some
might-
good outtakes.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, the wife in the background, she's saying that too. Yeah, bloopers. I got to do that. I got to start doing that. Save some of them and put them up at the end of the video or something as bloopers because I've got a few of them. But I usually get out there. I get so embarrassed. I end up deleting them right off the camera and just reshoot it. But anyway, I just noticed. Holy, it's like 20 to 3 here. I think it might be time to turn around and have
Yeah, it's getting mighty late. I got about 4 hours of sleep. I gotta go to work.
And that's the other thing you were saying about having to get up for work. Definitely they are, Stuart. That's for sure. I got some good stories. I forgot you were actually sitting there listening, brother. We're just not doing what I want to say. Some great stories. But anyway, I think I'm going to call it. So I got to turn on, say, for my first time ever turning on and running a test for streaming, as I call the video. It turned out really cool. And once again, as always, Mark, I'm glad that you turned on and jumped on. I always enjoy talking with you. It's a good chat.
Well, to you and the Mrs. and Cody. I don't know if Cody's even still awake yet or not, but anyway, really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
You've had longest running successful tests in YouTube history.
I think so. We'll have to see how many views it gets.
Be interesting.
Yeah,
be very, very interesting to see.
Yeah. A lot of oh man, I wish I was on that panel. Yeah, well, I'm hoping to maybe turn it on. I'm thinking, hopefully, maybe I'm gonna say try to do at least once a week. Turn it on and do one if I can, just for the heck of it. Get up different things, you know, what's going on. Get Cody on, like he was tonight, and you know, and then.
See, I thought about trying to do something like that, but I never had the same day off. Back then I didn't, and I would be just in the mood to turn it on to see what happened.
Yeah.
So and it just went whenever which way it went.
And I think that's more of what I want to do. It's kind of like tonight. Like it was really cool that I was just playing around with it. I didn't expect anybody to jump on it at all. But what's Stuart saying here?
Well, Peter, to you and yours and everybody in between, we appreciate you, brother. Hush closer.
For sure.
No doubt about it.
Fireside Manly and chat right on. Yeah, Stuart Design 101 was just saying. Yeah, that's cool. So we had a few people. All right. Well, once again, I'll close it out as normal. Peter from FSBushcraft. Thank y'all. Y'all God bless, and we'll see you in the next one.
Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So I guess I gotta click on stop.